We start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country.
All right, we're live
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Atlanta. What's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are live at Flowery Branch. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, hope you're having a great day. We certainly are, and we are looking forward to our conversation, Mike, with our head football coach, Arthur Smith, as we'll try to figure out where do we go as we get ready for the Tennessee game on Sunday, and also how do you fix these mistakes that are all correctable, but how do you fix them coming off of the win against Tampa Bay? Because that's really the question, right? It's like, hey, we had so many opportunities to score, and I'm sure they looked at the film, 3 times over now, and they're probably saying to themselves, we shot ourselves in the foot. If we didn't do that, this would have been a blowout. And you don't get those opportunities in the NFL that often.
No. And the Tennessee team, I heard Dave Archer on with their Andy Randy earlier today, and he was kind of saying, remember when Arthur Smith left Tennessee, they kept a lot of the tenets of his offense in place.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a mirror image of each other. So there'll be a lot of physicality, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and obviously there's only one Derrick Henry. The question will be the delivery system, because there's talk that maybe it'll be Malik Willis and Will Levis. So that sounds like a win for us, but they still got really physical defense. So it will be, I think, physical is the key word for Sunday up in Nashville. A lot of heat, man.
Well, listen, the Titans during their height, okay, I think it's over. First of all, I don't think Ryan Tannehill could ever lead them to a Super Bowl. That's me. Mm-hmm. 2, they've been looking for their next quarterback, and Malik Willis, they drafted, the kid out of Kentucky last year, Mike.
Yeah, Will Levis. Yeah.
Will Levis, and he's not played, by the way. Will Levis hasn't played a lick. And I just think when you start talking about the mileage on that running back and King Henry, and the fact that A.J. Brown is now gone, and you say, well, yeah, but there is no but. I think there was a time where you feared having to face that offense, and their defensive front was really good. it's been up and down. Their front seven still has a lot of brand names on it, but it's been up and down. I'll say this. I think this is the right time to get a team. There are times in the NFL where you go, if we need to play them or we have to play them, is there a better time than when they are on the schedule? Right now, I think this is the perfect time to play Tennessee on the road, okay, not at home because we're trying to build on these road wins. But I also think with their quarterback situation and the way their offense has been in flux, this is a perfect time to be meeting these guys.
And I don't know if pro players handle it differently than, of course, anytime you can trade somebody's in the pros, you can't trade a high school or college player. But I wonder if some guys are like, damn, we just lost Kevin Byard. That's like the best safety, we've ever had on this team in a minute. And, he's one of the top safeties in the league. They traded him to the Eagles. So that guy is no longer there. It'll be physical. We talked about that, but you're right. I think if Ritter can continue his progression, got his first road win. Yep. And I do think, and by the way, I know we've been talking about this since Monday. I know that a lot of Falcon fans are heading up. I talked to my buddy Monkey, one of the few people that wears a helmet to the game from the old section 124 at the Georgia Dome. There should be a lot of Falcon fans. I mean, you can get tickets up there. If you don't mind sitting up top, it's going to be sunny in the upper 70s. So let's take over Nashville, man. Little Falcon, Dirty Bird road trip up 65. Or 24, whatever it is.
Yeah, 75, 24, yeah. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always text us, guys. You can always find us on social media as well on Twitter. I don't call it X. Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes in this radio show. Dukes and Bell, 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. And yes, we're at Flowery Branch, but we're on Twitch and on YouTube. Thanks to Whispers, who runs our cameras for us. We're up here, and you will get a chance to see and hear what Coach Arthur Smith has to say today. Tonight, the Hawks open their season. We're going to talk to Lauren Williams. She covers the Hawks for the AJC here in about 10 minutes. We'll get her take on what this team is going to look like. And somebody asked me today, it's funny, they were like, Dukes, Hawks season starts tonight. What do you think? And I said, I'm not sure what to think. I don't know if this is a 41-41 team. I don't know if this is a 50-win team. Or I don't know how much defensively we're that much better than we were last year. Here's the thing that I will tell you guys. Trae Young better be an all-star. And it's going to be tougher because he's got Dame now in the Eastern Conference, Mike. Right. The guards in the East, I think, this is going to be a tough battle. But he should be an all-star. He should average, 28, 30 a game. And I want him to have a better shooting percentage from the three than he did last year. I think he's got to take more of those shots. Is the team going to be better? I don't know. We'll talk to Lauren Williams about it, Mike, because I right now I have my doubts. I'm not as optimistic maybe as some people are about the fact that we're going to develop all these young guys.
I mean, it's cool that the young guys get minutes, but are the young guys going to be any good? We drafted A.J. Griffin, and remember, you can say what you want. Travis Schlenk drafted some really good pieces in the middle rounds. In the middle of the first round, got some guys that were impact players. But Jalen Johnson, I see some big upside. I know the preseason, some guys will roll their eyes over, but they definitely look like, at least in the preseason, small sample size, they're buying into more of a defensive posture.
Let's hope so.
Which they haven't really had. Like Nate tried to get him to play defense. We know how that worked out. Vegas has the Hawks over-under.
At a slow pace.
42.5 is the over-under for the Hawks. So basically, Vegas thinks we're a 500 team.
Yeah, I mean, Nate, boy, I hope we're not saying that 3 or 4 weeks into the season where we're not playing defense. We're going to see tonight. Thank you, Nate. Tonight it is Charlotte. That is one of the Ball kids, right? That's LaMelo, right? LaMelo Ball. By the way, he can play when he's healthy.
Right. When
he's not been healthy, obviously it seems like he's not been healthy every year. But this is also a team that is trying to build and figure it out. And I'm talking about the Charlotte Hornets. We'll see where this goes tonight, man. I'm excited to see what the Hawks look like when Lauren stops by.
If you want to talk the definition of mediocrity, and I know that one year we went and won 41 games. That was, of course, a shortened season, 2021. We were 41-31 that year. But the last 3 years, 40 wins, 43 wins, 41 wins. And Vegas has got us again at 42. So it'd be nice to kind of break out of that. But as we said, we just never built off a 10 games over 500 season when we went to the Eastern Conference Finals. And we know now the coach is gone and the team looks a little bit different.
All right. Mike, let me ask you this. Do you think we have one of the best receiving cores in the league right now? We're here at Flower and Branch. We're talking about Drake London. We're talking about Kyle Pitts. We're talking about Jonnu Smith. We're talking about all these guys, even Cordell Hodge, who's played a role. He had a big catch last week. How do you feel overall about this receiving core?
I think it's good. I think once the quarterback position gets more dependable, I think we'll have a better idea. And last year, I thought Drake London could have been the rookie of the year over Garrett Wilson offensively, but there were so many passes. I think he left almost 200, 300 yards on the field because Mariota couldn't get the ball to him. Remember, Drake London didn't actually start to get more production until
that's right.
Ritter got on the field. We had to wait till, there's like 4 weeks left in the season. So this season, I think we've seen Drake London makes plays that say that guy belongs in the NFL. That guy, it looks like he could, on the cusp of being an elite receiver. Pitts is not 100%. So I still don't know what Pitts is, but Pitts has made some great catches. Made a great catch to help you win the Packers game. Great catch to help you win the Tampa Bay game last week, right?
He did.
So I'd say yes, but they still haven't met the production quota for where they were drafted, in my mind.
Why are we talking about this, Atlanta? Because ESPN's metrics says that our receivers, ranking them, by the way, okay, they went out and they ranked all of the receivers, and all of our guys have been ranked. None of our guys are top 15, top 20, top 25, top 30. As a matter of fact, Drake London is ranked 65th, Kyle Pitts 71st, Mac Hollins is 74th. And they did this based on a variety of things: route running, their ability to catch, yards after the catch, all of these things. And they said, here's where we think these guys are. Jonnu Smith was ranked the highest on the team at 57. He's been making a difference. And all I'm saying is, as we talk about where this offense can go, how we can get more production in the red zone, what this is going to become with Desmond Ridder as the quarterback, this is an area, Mike, that you've invested heavily in.
Right.
You spent draft capital. You went out and spent free agent money. You traded for Jonnu Smith.
Right.
All of these guys, when you think about, hey, this is a group that you actually spent money on, and you went out and said, we're going to be better at that position. And then you see these numbers and you go, 57, 65, 71, 74. Like, it feels like our wide receiving core is better than this.
Yeah, I mean, again, the eye test, only the last 3 weeks did we really see Ridder air it out. Now, you don't want him to air it out because that's not what our plan is. This is the great conundrum. On a team that wants to ground and pound, although this year we're throwing it more than running, do you need to allocate those kind of resources? So the argument will be, if this stays like this over the next few years, then Terry Fontenot screwed up because you're not on the same page with your coach and you're not maximizing the talent. When you needed in the last 3 years anything from edge rusher to offensive tackle, it was there, and you didn't want to make that move. So it's basically, I hate to say this, unless we take a big step, I think this year we should win 10 or 11 games and onward and upward. But for a minute there, you start to look a lot like Dimitrov. Everything I used to bellyache about Dimitrov, shiny pieces, shiny stuff. Move all the way up for Julio. Don't draft one of those 5 or 6 edge rushers who played for a decade or more. That we're all drafted in that draft in 2011. Same thing when you miss on the line. So it is going to be interesting to look at these numbers. I know that some people say, well, define ESPN's analytics and what they're looking at, because I think Drake London and Kyle Pitts belong in this league. Let's not forget Pitts was a 1,000-yard receiver and a Pro Bowler in his rookie season.
Yeah, they released these analytics through week 7, taking into account 3 main metrics. And as we said, route running, ability to catch, and yards after the catch. I'm not going to put too much stock in this. I'm with Mike. I think our wide receivers, if you watch them week to week, they're better than what they're ranking them.
Right.
But the problem is when you say, have any of these guys made a major impact in winning? Are any of these guys Justin Jefferson? Are any of these guys Devontae Adams? Or they looked apart?
Well, I mean,
that's the thing.
But all the games we won in his rookie season, Kyle Pitts had a hand in all those games. Now, granted, they were game-winning field goals. We're not getting touchdowns in the red zone, but I stand by Pitts, and I think he's getting better and better each week. Hey, by the way, do these metrics talk about 50-50 balls?
No.
Because everything Drake London's catches is a 50-50 pass.
Yeah, that's a great point. Coverage can be all over him. We're going to get more into this as we talk about getting ready for the Titans. It's Dukes and Bell live at Flowery Branch, guys. Coming up, Lauren Williams. She covers the Atlanta Hawks for the AJC and AJC.com. We'll find out what she thinks about the changes, the team, and more next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You need tonight. Our Hawks start their season 6:30 pregame right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 7:00 tip. Season gets underway. Last night we had 2 NBA games. I didn't watch a whole lot. I was enjoying seeing the Phillies get beat myself.
Oh, it was like fine wine. It just got better by every inning.
I was just enjoying that. So I really didn't see anything. But tonight our Hawks get underway. Lauren Williams, she does an amazing job of covering our Hawks for the AJC, AJC.com. Lauren, let me start with expectations. Full off season under Quinn Snyder. Okay. We've talked a lot about the development of young guys, whether it be AJ Griffin, whether it be Jalen Jackson, Okongwu. So the expectations now coming into this season, what are they for our Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest expectation is that they want to perform better than they did last season. I think, with the extension of Okongwu, they're continuing to buy into what these young players are going to be capable of doing, particularly long term. Clint Capella has 2 years left on his contract, becoming a free agent in 2025. So who knows if that means that Okongwu will kind of be the guy that's slated to be their starting center when that happens, or potentially that could happen before that if they decide to trade Capella in the next 2 years. But I think the biggest expectation is that they want to be more competitive than they were the year before. They want to have more consistency than they did last year. They want to play better defense than they did last year. I know that's kind of a reoccurring expectation that they have, that they'll keep getting better on the defensive end. But I just think that they don't want to be that team that was consistently inconsistent.
Right. Lauren, I know you don't gamble, or maybe you do, but Vegas has got their over-under at 42.5 games, which is kind of like what they've been the last 3 seasons. So, and unless we make a move now maybe if the rookies shine, then maybe we make a move. I mean, they've got some money they're sitting on after the John Collins trade. But do you think, for instance, Jalen Johnson, AJ Griffin, can these guys take this step? Because normally the NBA takes anywhere from 3 to 4 years before guys kind of find their place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think of the 2 guys that you mentioned between Jalen Johnson and AJ Griffin, I see Jalen Johnson really taking a big step. I think we saw a lot of good things out of him during the preseason. I would say he was probably one of their best players on the floor in the preseason. He was engaged defensively. He was knocking shots down from 3. He was creating offense, and just the ability for him to be someone that they can turn to as a ball handler, a facilitator, just opens up a lot more options for them, particularly when defenses are, paying a lot of attention to either Trae Young or DeJounte Murray. We know what those 2 guys can do, individually. When they're together, of course, that wreaks a lot more havoc for the defenses. But I think the big expectation is for Jalen Johnson to take a step forward, and they need him to, especially on the defensive end, because he is kind of that guy that you anticipate will be the person that takes over from John Collins. At least that's what I see in my mind. I know in the preseason finale, they had Sadiq Bey as the starter, and I can anticipate that they'll probably turn to Sadiq again for their starting power forward tonight against the Hornets. But I definitely think if Jalen Johnson's coming off of the bench, they still have a lot of expectations for him. I know that Quinn Snyder really likes Jalen and likes what he can do. So I think the expectations are high for him.
Lauren, let's talk about our point guard and Trae Young. How much better is he going to be with DeJounte this season, in your opinion? Because it was something that we all expected to immediately work, and it didn't necessarily work the way we thought it would. Now, what do you think that's going to look like?
Yeah, I think that they're a lot more confident in what they can do after having at least 1 season together. Both Trae and DeJounte are very big proponents of great things take time. And so I think that they spent this offseason, trying to make sure that they were getting on the same page. They kept the lines of communication open, according to DeJounte. DeJounte was at Trae's wedding this past July. So I think that's a good sign that off the court that they're building a strong relationship, and now it's a matter of seeing how that relationship translates on the court. I liked what I saw from them in the preseason. They looked like a really good backcourt tandem that was sharing the ball. Not a lot of that, okay, you score, I score. They were looking for the best possible option, I think, which is what Quinn Snyder really wants them to do. And I think the Hawks just are a better team when either of them are on the floor, and then it goes to the next level when the 2 of them are on the floor together. So I think the expectation is that they do have to take that step forward. I do remember a really good quote that I have from Snyder when I talked to him in September. He also says that, there still needs to be some patience as far as when we're kind of trying to judge what we're seeing from them in year two. He said, as much as you don't want to judge what you saw from this team in the last 20 games when he took over as coach, you don't want to have too much of a judgment on them in year two. But I think as fans, as viewers, it's natural to have that. You want to see these guys succeed. I think a lot of people are tired of seeing the Hawks be, so to speak, mid. They want to see an elite team, especially after they got to the Eastern Conference Finals 3 years ago.
It is Lauren Williams. Has she become friend of the show, Carl, on Dukes and Bell? Does a great job with the AJC. We'll be down there, by the way, live on Friday for the home opener for your Atlanta Hawks. But, and Lauren, Quinn Snyder, I don't know if he's a miracle worker, but if you could get these guys to play defense, which, again, you mentioned it, they're doing that in the preseason, maybe a younger team with a coach who's, maybe Nate was my way or the highway, old school. Maybe this is the defense whisperer for the Hawks.
I think it's just kind of what he's been preaching all through from the moment he took over as coach until, now with having a full season under his belt. But the thing I can point to is that he just pays attention to details. And with everything that we've heard from the players we've spoken to throughout training camp, he is the type of person that will just stop everything in the moment and fix it right away. Obviously, as media members, we don't get to see everything that happens in practice, so we just kind of have to take the guy's word for it. But multiple players have talked about him, taking the time to teach and focus on the small things that will, lead to big things down the line. And Quinn Snyder, talked about the guys buying in because he's noticing them holding each other accountable on the defensive end, which is, in his mind, that next step. He's not the person that's talking about it. He's like, they're tired of hearing me speak. The fact that they're talking about it is a good sign. Of course, things are going to go up and down as, you face different teams and they have different matchups. But I think Quinn will be happy as long as there's the effort on the defensive end. He's all about effort and then making the decision to consistently defend every night.
Patty Mills, what kind of effect is he going to have, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to be, him and Wesley Matthews are going to be big locker room guys. I'm not sure we're going to see a ton of them on the floor based on what we saw in that preseason finale. I mean, when you looked at that, Quinn played, the first 9 guys for the first 3 quarters, and then he went to number 10 at the start of the fourth. So I think that they're going to be mostly those locker room guys who are the guys that are holding everybody accountable. And I think that this Hawks team needed that. They haven't really had a ton of that since they traded a guy like Danilo Gallinari last offseason. And when you look at it, their veterans were Justin Holiday, who kind of didn't meet the expectations that people might have had for him when the Hawks signed him last year. And then Frank Kaminsky, who I heard wasn't exactly a guy that was, leading the charge. And then so that kind of fell upon John Collins, who was 26, DeJounte Murray, John Collins, who was 25 last year, DeJounte, who was 26. I mean, those are some really young veterans, and they don't have a lot of, I guess you would say, life experience, league experience. So I think having players like Patty Mills and Wesley Matthews in the locker room who have been in the league for 15 years, who have seen what it's like to be on teams that go to the playoffs multiple years in a row. In Patty's case, a guy that's played on a championship roster. I think that sort of advice or whatever words of wisdom they have will carry a little bit more weight and trickle down all the way to the guys at the end of the bench.
Yeah, we had Wesley Matthews on last week. He's old, as we say, Carl, OG. Yeah, as Lauren said, a good voice in the locker room. Lauren Williams with him, the AJC's with us, guys, here on Dukes and Bell live from Falcons. All right, Carl's favorite subject, DeAndre Hunter. Is this the year that he pops for a? Imagine if this guy actually plays like the 4th overall pick in the NBA draft, Lauren, and goes for 24, 25 a night. Then all our problems are solved.
I highly agree. I think DeAndre's biggest problem has been, one, staying healthy and being a guy that is, counted on every single night. And I think one of the big things is that with Quinn really being a coach that preaches ball movement, and again, he's the type of person that will stop things in the middle of a practice and correct it right away. It's gonna pay off for not just a guy like DeAndre Hunter, but the rest of the team. But as far as DeAndre, that ball movement is gonna keep him engaged throughout the night. And I think
we're right behind this
issues that the Hawks team has had over the past couple of years is that they would, kind of rely a little bit on Trae Young or DeJounte Murray last year to kind of go ISO. And you see this, okay, you score now, I score, you score now, I score. And that's not going to work for this team. So I think if they can keep everybody on the floor engaged, move the ball as quickly as they say that they want to, then I think we see DeAndre being that guy that can score 20 plus a night.
Really?
No, she's being glass half full.
Lauren, I hear you. Lord, I want to believe, but I can't. I'm having a problem with the evidence that's been presented to us over the last few years. I hope DeAndre balls out. I've been saying this, but
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I think we saw some good things from him in the preseason when he played those last two games. We were seeing him, like I said, we were seeing him engage. We were seeing him attack the basket, get to the line.
Yeah.
And that's part of the issues that he's run into in the past. He would try to attack, but he wouldn't get the calls to fall his way. So I think if, we can continue to see him attacking the right way at the right moment, one, he can get to the line a little bit more, get some rhythm going, start scoring sooner. And then two, again, if, guys like Trae Young and DeJounte Murray can continue to keep him engaged, that will also help him. And then we're seeing him attack the glass as far as contesting rebounds and pushing the ball out and getting out in transition. We saw a great lob from him to Clint Capella in that preseason finale. So if we can continue to see more good things like that, I think, he can be that guy that's, I think, scoring. Maybe I'll retract my statement a little bit. Maybe he'll be a 15 plus
there you go.
every night.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
Lauren, I had said I need him to give me 18 a game, right? And that was the last few years. I said I need him to give me 18. Hey, by the way, do want to mention this. Wes Matthews out tonight with a strained calf. If we didn't say it or Lauren didn't mention it, I'm not sure, but we do want to mention that as we were talking about Wes Matthews and Patty Mills. Hey, Lauren, great job. 82. You ready? You ready to start the season?
82 games.
Yeah. Well,
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We appreciate you. Lauren Williams, guys, AJC Hawks reporter here on Dukes and Bell. We're coming back. We're live at Flowery Branch. We got a lot more to get into, guys. Falcons begin preparation for the Titans on Sunday. Also, we will talk about how miserable it is right now in Philly.
And it's glorious.
The game.
You're up. Lauren Williams, thanks for stopping by. It's Dukes and Bell. We're live at Flowery Branch. Coming up, Coach Art is going to join us. Coach Arthur Smith in the 4 o'clock hour. Also, is Trey Young a little bit too cocky? We're going to let you hear some of the things he's talking about as the season starts tonight for our Atlanta Hawks coming up next hour.
I was just thinking of Family Guy when Peter's playing Han Solo. Don't get all penisy, Luke.
That's right.
I can say that. Well, I just did.
Don't get all.
He says, because in Star Wars, don't get cocky, kid, after he gets. There was some TIE fighters with the gun.
It's an interesting soundbite. We'll let you hear what he had to say if you haven't heard
it. And you and I, just real quick, we were looking at the numbers during the end of our conversation with Lauren Williams. Trey is at 30-1 for MVP. He's got the same odds as Anthony Davis and Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
Luka's literally under 3-1. 5-1. I should say that Joker is at is a minus 275. So there's some really good, or plus 275. But there's about 13 guys ahead of Trey.
Yeah, and by the way,
I'd like to see him use that as some motivation
I agree,
and do
Mike.
something about it.
Is he better than most of the guys that are in front of him, or at least could he be perceived to be better?
Right.
I think he is, but he's just not getting that love. I didn't watch a whole lot of the game last night. As I mentioned, I was watching Philly in their misery, but Denver's not going anywhere. Denver's good, man, and they beat the Lakers to start the season last night. Joker looked like Joker. I mean, all the stuff that we've said. So it's going to be interesting to see if anybody's able to dethrone them. Golden State loses to Phoenix, of course. Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, they were without Bradley Beal, so that team might be something to reckon with as well. But the NBA season starts tonight for our Atlanta Hawks. Hey, we're live at Flowery Branch, guys. Hanging out with us, as always, Turtle, our executive producer. Big O, he is back at the studio. Our engineer, Whispers, is here running our cameras. And, of course, Jersey Mike, our on-site engineer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins. Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Mike, let's start with Arthur Smith talking about going to Tennessee. He's very familiar with Vrabel. You said this. A lot of the stuff they tried to keep in place when he left from an offensive standpoint. Right. But, you still got to have dudes. And when you go back and look at Arthur Smith when he was there, he had dudes. He had A.J. Brown. He had a healthy and vibrant King Henry, who was just killing the league at that time. Their offensive line was good.
Jono Smith was part of that big offense. 8 touchdowns one season for the Titans.
They had dudes.
Right.
I don't think they got that now. But here's what Arthur Smith said about facing his former team.
Yeah, so, I mean, I know this, they're coming off a bye week. Braves will have them ready to go. So regardless of who plays quarterback, I promise you they'll be ready. We got to be ready to roll. This will be our toughest challenge. Go on the road. Game we need to win. Obviously, a game that they'll be ready for, and we'll have to continue to play better. But they'll make you earn everything, and I know this. Like I said again, this will be our best challenge because they play hard. Well, it'll be a tough physical game, and we'll make sure we continue we got to minimize our mistakes and be ready to go execute.
I don't know how many games, Mike, we're going to see this season where you go into a game and you feel like our quarterback is better than whoever they're going to start. Right. This is one of those games.
Right. And we thought going into the season that we maybe have an advantage with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud came in with all sorts of rep, and then we shut him down for the most part, if you go back and look how we handled the Texans. But, yeah, I mean, look, we all know that, you've got some big arms, and Willis can throw it a mile, Malik Willis, but can he throw it with accuracy? And Levis, as you said, his girlfriend's probably got more pub on. She's probably trended more than he has on social media this season. So they are going to be physical, getting back to your initial point. And I think that's the theme of this week is it's going to be tough. Are you tough enough to get the win in the Music City? Vegas has got this thing as an over-under, 38 points. So they don't think a lot of points are going to get scored. They're looking at us. They're looking at our inability to continually put points, especially in the first half. And our defense is going to probably stymie them. Can you limit Derrick Henry from breaking out into that second level and getting that big run, which he seems to do every week?
You got to gang tackle him. You got it. There's got to be more than one guy that meets him at the ball, man. He's just too big, too strong for any one guy to really bring him down. But if you allow him to get rolling, Mike, and he's getting those touches, he can still do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, guys, we're getting ready for Georgia, Florida on Saturday. But the story in college football remains Michigan staffer who's accused of sign stealing and allegedly used illegal technology. He bought dozens of tickets as he made his way around the country. Ironically, he was at the 2021-2022 SEC championship game. And Kirby Smart.
What was he doing there?
Well, he was just
scouting. Love SEC football.
He was just scouting. Kirby Smart was asked about it. Listen to Kirby. Asked whether or not he remembers anything about the Michigan game. Remember, Georgia played Michigan in the college football playoff.
Yes, they did.
Beat them down. It wasn't even close.
Guess that scouting didn't help.
Here's what Kirby said about, did you remember anything about that game that would lead you to believe they might have been cheating?
No, I didn't notice anything or know anything. Nobody we talked to, warned us or any of that. I mean, I think everybody we play, they say they steal your signals. I mean, we play somebody, they're great at stealing your signals, but what they're referencing is different than stealing them. I mean, they're coming in. We're talking about people still coming to film on. That's completely different. But we've tried to, hide the signals, hold the calls, put signs up, do all that. But I was nothing I remember about the Michigan game that makes me think that.
Two things. Kirby doesn't want any kind of controversy. He doesn't want to be a part of a story.
Sure.
So even if Kirby thought there was some funny business,
they were cheating.
I got to be honest. I don't think he's going to give you that satisfaction of saying, yeah, we thought a couple plays, they were really moving the ball pretty quick. He's not going to give you that. Not to mention Georgia, like everybody else, is probably trying to steal signs themselves, but they're using traditional manner and method, presumably. So I don't think there's any coaches out there that really want to engage. Shianu started this thing, but Rutgers was getting their head handed to him by Michigan by saying that, well, there's a lot of stuff going on. I don't know. But now that you find out that they've got the whole paper trail from where this guy was and the tickets he purchased, it's hysterical. And everyone has to realize no one's going to stop Michigan this season. No one's going to censor Michigan. It's not happening. NCAA moves at a glacial pace. I love what Brett McMurphy said yesterday. So Michigan can still be in the Final Four this year if they beat Ohio State.
Yeah, there will be no sanctions that will come down that quickly. While we're talking about this, Orrin, can I hear Deion Sanders talk about this? Because he was asked about Michigan's sign stealing scandal. And this is what I would tell you guys, and I agree with Prime on this. Every team knows what everybody's running. Can you stop it? Okay? Right. Kirby came from Alabama. I'm here to tell you guys, whether you realize this or not, Georgia runs the same defense Alabama runs. That star position and all the same terminologies are used at Georgia. Can you stop what we're doing? And so even though there's a little bit of underbelly, like, oh, they're dirty and doing this, the reality is Georgia beat the hell out of Michigan in that game. It wasn't even close. Aiden Hutchinson had no impact whatsoever.
Right, down the Orange Bowl, yeah.
So when you say, hey, they've been stealing signs, well, is it really working?
Right.
What are you getting out of it? Because I haven't seen the difference in Michigan elevating their play, Mike, and being so much better than everybody else over the last few years if this has been going on. I'm not saying it's right. All I'm saying is, Mike, everybody knows what everybody runs. You still have to stop it.
Right. Now, again, when they talked and everyone was so proud of their Georgia playoff, or I should say the practice segment of their day, that remember they played the devil went down to Georgia, and then when they break out the tape, and now they bring out Connor Stallions, who, by the way, according to Sports Illustrated, article that dropped today says that there's a bunch of text messages they've obtained sent in January and February 2021 between Stallions and a former student at a Power 5 school who was seeking to break into college football at the industry. And this guy, presumably, take him under his wing as a rat.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was bragging about this stuff and what they were doing. Pre-COVID stole opponent signals during the week, watching TV copies, then flew to game and stood next to Michigan offensive coordinator, told him what coverage pressure he was getting. Stallions apparently wrote in one text message. So they got a paper trail. They got a money trail.
He's an idiot.
Now they again got a text trail.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Let me hear Prime Deion Sanders, coach of Colorado, talk about this.
Everyone's trying to get an edge. I mean, everyone's trying to get whatever edge they can. You could have someone's whole game plan. They could mail it to you. You still got to stop it. So in football, it's not as pronounced as baseball. If I know a curveball is coming, I got you. With football, I don't give a darn if you know a sweep is coming. You still got to stop it.
Right.
It's a physical game. You got to stop it. So that's a little tough. I don't buy into a lot of that stuff that someone's stealing this, stealing that. I don't buy into a lot of that stuff. You still got to play the game.
I'm with him, man.
It's one on, and again, how many times, take your favorite team, the one-on-one matchups that have to your guy versus their guy. Now you're trying to put your guy in a position to succeed. And yes, you could try to have your defender where you think that guy's going, but it's a one-on-one.
What if the Falcons knew Sunday the first play the Titans were going to run, and they knew exactly where the ball's supposed to go, but they still complete the pass?
Can I give you? It happens. Can I give you a guess? Derrick Henry in the 2-hole.
That's exactly right. Run him off the guard. Can we stop it?
It's like.
Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. OT doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Hey, Quinn Snyder, are all the guys ready to play tonight? Hawks season starts tonight.
I think everybody's really excited to play. I feel like we've gotten the things we wanted to get done in the preseason as far as establishing, a way that we want to play, building chemistry, and then it's a question now of just continuing to try to get better.
Tonight, our coverage begins at 6:30. Tips at 7, guys, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, I want to finish up with Arizona going to the World Series. It hurt when we lost,
Right.
okay? But this is killing Philly. They were up 2-0 in this series,
Right.
up 3-2, went home for the last 2 games and couldn't complete it. And all the guys that hit in our series, everybody that hit against the Braves didn't do a damn thing in this series, Mike, against the D-backs.
No, and that was part of it. You mentioned it. Castellanos, you think about him with some big at-bats. He was just killing everybody. He batted to 213. We talked about the top of the lineup. I mean, you saw, what went down. Trey Turner was stymied at times. Schwarber as well. 1 for 3 last night. But I got to tell you, the Diamondbacks bullpen, the way they managed it, aside from Wheeler coming in and the crowd got all amped up. And by the way, I tweeted one line. I said, back to your miserable existence, Philadelphia. I've got over 55,000 views on Twitter. I swear, there's guys up in Philly following me just to argue, which kind of makes my argument for me.
Yeah.
Carl, if they just treated their visiting fans with 1 degree of civility, like you would say, we break balls. Yeah, there'll always be some drunk guys fighting at a football game. But for the most part, you can go to a visiting stadium and have a ball-busting good time. Philly's just toxic. And that's why the rest of the country revels in their defeat, and they blow this lead to the D-backs.
There is a video that I reposted where a gentleman is outside of the stadium, and he's talking to people as they come out last night. It is the funniest thing you will ever see because you want to know what Philly fans are?
Right.
Go watch this video.
I mean, we always say it. Maybe are we the most passionate fans? About some things, yes. Nobody in Philadelphia could match a Georgia football fan's passion or some Falcon fans. But when it comes to baseball, it's Carl, we'll get them next year. And I don't necessarily agree with that, but people in Atlanta, life moves on. Philadelphia, life stops.
Yeah.
That's all they have to hang their hat on.
Hey, guys, this hour of Dukes and Bell brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Visit mancavestore.com. Coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way, and Jerry Jones is talking again. It's Dukes and Bell. and Bell. We are live at Flowery Branch.
Camera was off, right? Whispers during the commercial break. Camera's on. Okay, it's muted. Oh, that's good. Muted, Carl. Muted.
I was about to say they got all of that. Y'all got all of that. If you're going, what are you talking about? We were just talking about this Dwight Howard story.
Let's hope they're not bringing lip readers in like they used to steal. Speaking of stealing signs.
But if you haven't heard, and this is why we're laughing, we don't have inside jokes on this show, and we're not laughing at the situation. We were laughing at what is really going on here, and then we were, there's a lot of rumors out there.
Right.
But Dwight Howard denies sexual allegations, assault allegations. It was with another man, correct? And so we were talking about this because obviously Dwight's from here. You guys know he came back and played here for a short period. He's had a great NBA career, but
this dude is suing him. He wants this lawsuit thrown out. We'll get into as much as we can. It's family friendly enough a little bit later in the program.
Yeah, so we were talking about that, and glad it was on mute. Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell. This hour brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. Coming up, Coach Arthur Smith's going to join us. What are we going to do against the Titans? By the way, I got to ask Coach this too, by the way. And he's not going to tell me, but after last week, do you feel a little bit obligated to come out and get Bijan really involved?
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you can win a game without Bijan because Cordero Patterson I think it's Cordero 60. I think I forget who brought that up the other day. I think
he's
Arthur,
the old guy.
I think Arthur said this in a press. He's only like 32 or 30. Anyway, but Cordero Patterson still has it. Certainly Tyler Algier, we saw him looking like what he did last year. So you got a bunch of weapons. So that's why we thought maybe, there was going to be a time in the season where maybe there'd be a little more receiving and, wheel route and, get more in the passing game for Bijan than actually between the tackles, just for the wear and tear side of it. But this was something that no one envisioned because it just seemed so strange at the time. It still seems kind of strange.
It does. But I'm wondering, and listen, when I say there's no obligation, meaning everybody was freaking out last week, and Art because this is how he works. Right. He come out and get Bijan immediately involved, and all of a sudden, that conversation, there's nothing wrong. We know he's going to be healthy. At least we hope he's going to be healthy for the game. We'll talk to him in the 4:00 hour. Also, guys, more on the Hawks. Trae Young made a comment about being one of the best in the league. We're going to let you hear it. We'll analyze it. We had Lauren Williams on last hour, and she was saying, talking about the expectations. This, for me, gets back to, and I was just about to tweet this, and I will at some point. But with the season starting tonight, who's the real key? You know what you have in Trae. You have a feeling of what DeJounte Murray is. DJ, we know he can play. Right. Guys, the games Trae missed last year, it was like DJ picked it up. He was giving you 30. That game in Portland, I think it was in Portland, he went off. He has the ability to take these games over as any all-star does. But you know what you have in those guys. Who's really the key? Is it Onyeka Okongwu? Is it Capella being better? Is it Jalen Johnson and the development from where he starts to the end of the season? Because I'll tell you this, I don't think this is on Trae and DJ. We know what we have in those guys. I think it's the other guys that are the key.
Well, I mean, Capella, sometimes the numbers don't tell the full set. Again, in that Boston series, there were some moments where, again, DeAndre Hunter would disappear for 6 or 7 minutes at a time. Capella would miss some of those bunnies. I mean, if Capella can convert some of that stuff in the paint, and by the way, flush it. Don't put it on the glass. Flush it, finish. Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff. And I mean, I'd love to see, for all the, the pick and roll, I would like to see even more pick and roll with Okongwu, and get him involved.
I agree.
And some of the things that John Collins was doing.
Mike, he can do everything JC could do.
Yes.
Okay. He can do everything JC. All that roll into the rack and finishing on the rim.
Right.
And for those who are not aware of this, I think he's going to shoot more threes this year. Now, you may not like it, but I think it's part of we've got to have this offense where there's space and pace and we're spreading the floor. And if they don't respect you, they're not going to come out there and guard you. Right. You've got to shoot those wide open threes, and I think he's going to shoot more of them.
I mean, it all started last year with us having these visions. Of course, it never happened, but the visions of, wow, man, DJ is going to drive, penetrate, draw some coverage, kick it out. And somebody's going to be open, whether it's obviously Trae would be number one, and then Bogey, and then, on a sliding scale, then DeAndre Hunter, and then last but not least be John Collins because he was so inconsistent with the three. So hopefully this year with Quinn, I know that preseason basketball, it's hard to get your head around, but we've heard, and Lauren Williams talked about it, playing better defense. There's certainly the young guys are buying into what Quinn is trying to sell and what he's trying to impart on this team in the half court.
Coming up in less than 10 minutes, we'll talk more about Trae Young's comments as we talk about the Hawks season getting underway tonight. By the way, the home opener Friday against the Knicks. We'll be down there getting you guys ready at State Farm Arena. So looking forward to that. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Here's the deal. Jerry Jones, Mike, apparently is saying he is willing to make a move to improve the Cowboys before the trade deadline. And speaking of that, Falcon fans, are we going to make a move before the trade deadline? Is there something you'd like to add to this team that makes sense, that you're not giving up a lot of future draft capital, but maybe you can help your team?
I mean, I'd like to get rid of Caleb McGarry and get a better right tackle in, but that's not really going to happen. They just gave him a contract extension. I'd love to get Donnell Hunter in here, but so would half the league. And the ask is going to be huge, and you got to turn around and give him a big contract. But based on what we've seen with the cap space, we believe we're going to have room to do that.
We would.
So I'd love to go get that guy. I mean, the Seahawks are talking to Frank Clark, the former Chiefs defensive lineman, and that's a nice piece. But he's kind of like what we have now with like Bud Dupree and guys that are kind of like 5-sack, 6-sack, guys a little bit at the end of their career. So I'd like to maybe just find that one guy that would put us over the top, but that's going to cost much. I don't think we need between what we have with Van Jefferson and the receiving core. I don't need any more than that. I just need our boy to just get the ball to those guys so they can catch it.
That's another guy, by the way, that I think is going to have an impact this week. We hadn't talked about it. Van Jefferson. Remember, we tried to hit him with the long ball, and we just missed. He's had another week of practice, Mike. Do not be surprised if he's involved in a lot more packages as we move forward.
And by the way, as I'm dogging McGarry, look, I think he's gotten better. We're talking. Chris Lindstrom had a strange start to the season. We're going to talk to him later and ask him about that. But I saw some amazingly clean pockets at points in that game, despite the fact they got Vita Vea and all those guys trying to push up the middle. So they did create some clean pockets for him to throw and work out of.
Jerry's saying if the Cowboys are going to make a trade, he doesn't plan to initiate the talks with other teams.
It's going to have to come from outside of the star, Carl. We're not going to. We'll answer the phone, but we wouldn't call you.
That's what he's saying.
Why bother saying that?
Yeah.
You're going to address it, right?
Listen,
but you're not going to pick up the phone.
It's not smart GMs. I mean, that's not being a smart GM. The initiation of the opportunity to make a trade that would help us has to start on the other end. Okay, Jerry, so somebody's going to call and say, hey, I know you really need this. Right. And so we want to start some conversations. I think it's one of the dumbest things he said. He said it on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas on his weekly visit there. But if you want to make a deal, if Terry Fontenot wants to make a deal, you initiate it.
Right.
You're looking around the league. Your scouts are working. Everybody knows what's going on.
That's what Jerry said. I'm going to be like the prom queen. I'm going to play hard to get. Yeah. I mean, what are you doing? You need something? No. Here's the thing. What do you need right now? Another DB?
Yes, they do.
Well, you have to get it from a bad team because a good team's not going to give up a corner.
No.
Like, again, the Titans, and I'm not saying they're throwing up the white flag, but they just traded their best safety. A Pro Bowl caliber safety to the Eagles. So moves are being made.
Yeah. And by the way, Howie Roseman, crushing it.
Does it every year.
Crushing it.
Does it every year.
Chiefs wide receiver Justin Ross, guys, charged with domestic battery, criminal property damage of less than $1,000, court records show, in Kansas City. Both charges are misdemeanors. Chargers, or the chief, should I say, are aware of it. An arraignment's been set for Tuesday afternoon. Again, I don't think this hurts. Okay, and for those who won't remember, Justin Ross played for Clemson.
That's right.
But I don't think this hurts the Chiefs from the standpoint of any momentum. Listen, as long as the guy that's behind center is healthy, they're going to be fine. It's just what it is. Right. When you lose Tyreek Hill and you go back to the Super Bowl and win it, it's the guy that's underneath center. As long as he's fine. Right. So I don't think this hurts them at all.
Yeah, I would think, you got McCall Hardman. You talked about that. And Rose, and by the way, Justin Ross had all the size, the height issue. Remember that? The recruitment for him was such a big Alabama, Georgia. Everybody was in on Justin Ross, and he's never really panned out.
Yeah, I think with all the momentum the Chiefs have, two best teams right now. If I said Eagles-Chiefs, are you putting the 49ers in there?
The 49ers kind of come back to earth the last 2 weeks now. Some of this is, losing Debo, but still they got so many weapons and they still got the core of that defense. So I don't know. I mean, Purdy, and maybe is this a bit of a bump in the road for Brock Purdy because he made some bad decisions certainly on Sunday night.
Well, listen, when you start taking
Monday night, I should say.
Yeah, all those playmakers off the field, Mike. Right. He still had McCaffrey, but
still had Ayuk.
He still had Ayuk, and he had his tight end. It's not like he didn't have guys out there. Right. So this was just decision-making. I would also throw the Ravens in there, guys. I know it's early, but I think they're one of the best teams in the league right now.
Right. Now, Dolphins got to straighten out their defense. Maybe when they get Jalen Ramsey back, that'll help the back end. But, yeah, Buffalo, I don't even know. You and I were talking about Buffalo on Monday. That's like an EKG trying to look at their performances.
You said this, and, I think you even said it last year. And it was kind of like, well, maybe, Mike, I'm not sure because I wasn't hell-bent on it. But I think you're right about this. I don't think Josh Allen is getting what he needs from the coaching standpoint that he got with Brian Daboll. Brian Dable's gone to New York, Mike, and proven he's a really good head coach.
Right.
He doesn't have the roster right now, and he took a bad roster to the playoffs last year with basically giving the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Right.
we know Daniel Jones is hurt. My point is, guys, when we talk about the Bills, and we're just talking about who are the best teams right now, in your opinion, where you're looking at these games and we're 7 weeks in, we're about to be in week 8. Guys, we're almost to the halfway point of the season.
Right.
If you don't know what your team is right now, you don't know what your identity is. I don't know if that changes in the next few weeks, but I think you might be right about this.
I just felt, Ken Dorsey, because we talked, that's the guy who took over as OC. I just thought Dable got the most. Ever since Dable left, Josh Allen started doing the screwy stuff, which we thought at the beginning of his career, is this guy really going to be worth that pick out of Wyoming? Because under Dable, the completion percentage went up, turnovers went down, and now they're back. So we'll talk more about that as Buffalo continues. They're going to rocky road. Meanwhile, you mentioned Ryan Tannehill in Nashville, out of practice, but ankle definitely healing. So maybe they'll just a fugazi to make us think about it. But
he's not playing.
He's not playing.
Bum ankle.
But it's got to be Malik Willis, because I don't think it's not like Levis is ready either.
No, Levis is not ready. Guys, advantage us.
Right.
I'm just telling you. I'm not telling you we're going to go blow doors and beat them by 25. But they have a quarterback issue. And if you've not seen Will Levis play, this isn't Liberty. Will Levis, I mean, I'm watching him last week, and I'm like, man, I felt sorry for the kid.
Look, the dude can throw. Again, everyone gets enamored. There's always some viral video, 75 yards in the air. So what? A lot of guys can throw the ball like Uncle Rico, throw the ball over those mountains, go back in time and win state. But, I mean, you got to do it accurately, man.
Hey, guys, coming up, we're going to hear from Trey Young, our star of our Atlanta Hawks, and also we're going to talk more about what we expect from our Atlanta Hawks. By the way, both quarterbacks expected to play if Tannehill is out. That is what they're saying in Tennessee. That means a first sighting of Will Levis. Now, can I say this? We cannot go up there and let Will Levis in his first damn start do anything against us.
Well, we did let Heineke beat us. We lost to Taysom Hill. But that's the old Falcons. That's not your new look defense, which is pretty good.
Hey, once again, this hour is brought to you by our friends at the Georgia Hemp Company. We're live at Flowery Branch. And we didn't mention this, Mike. Watson is out.
Yes, Deshaun Watson is out. PJ Walker
is going to start against the Seahawks.
$250 million guaranteed.
All right, we're coming back. We're live at Flowery Branch. It's Dukes and Bell. It is Dukes and Bell. We hope that you listen to us and this program each and every day. You never know what you're going to miss. You never know what guest is going to say something that you're not going to hear anywhere else. Yesterday, we had our buddy on, Rusty Manziel. You hear him on the Steakhouse, and we were talking about a young man who is now committed to Georgia, Asa Newell, and he has committed to Georgia. He had an option to go pretty much anywhere in the country.
Right.
5-star basketball player, guys, power forward, 6'9", can do it all. And Mike, he just committed to the Dogs. So big shout out to Rusty, as we were talking about this yesterday on the show.
Yeah. And all the big powerhouses want a piece of this kid so he stays at home, which sometimes you wonder, does the young man want to leave home and go somewhere else? Luckily, Mike White keeps him in Athens, Clark County. That's huge. Now, you know the drill, Carl. He's going to be going right to the NBA to get that first couple of years out of the way to get to the big contract. But can you make a run? Because that's the thing we always wondered with Ant-Man, right? With Anthony Edwards, who went, obviously once you get the NBA by year 2, he was a young star. Now he's a superstar.
Yep.
But can you make a nice run? I mean, Sweet 16, whatever, however you want to quantify it, to help Mike White reestablish Georgia hoops, and then make this an every year thing, and then hopefully you build around and you have some of the worker bees along with these 5 stars.
Yeah, I think this notion, like there are some coaches, and I've not spoken with Mike White about this, but there are some coaches who say, look, I'd rather recruit and have a kid for 2 or 3 years versus than a one and done.
How'd that work out for every Georgia Tech coach since Paul Hewitt?
Well, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. Right. Give me the best talent. Let me coach it up, okay? And in this day and age with NIL and the portal, Mike, you can go get some guys, okay?
Right.
I can go get some guys. This kind of guy, though, helps huge in the recruiting world as far as other kids going, oh, well, all right, you're going to Georgia? We've seen it time and time again. And by the way, you don't need 15 of these guys.
No, and that's what drove you crazy as a dog. Like, I know the Dogs basketball, sometimes it's like if a tree falls in the forest, but you got to give the fans something to hang their hat on. So I think if you can do this and you see what they've done at Auburn, you see what they do at Alabama,
that's
so why can't Georgia be in that mix? And that's a huge, huge signing. Great job.
All right, we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. Coming up, we're also going to get to Yeah Man, No Man in the 4 o'clock hour, guys. Coach Arthur Smith will stop by. Our player guest today, Chris Lindstrom. How much better has this offensive line been over the last few weeks? We'll talk to Chris about that, establishing the run game and much more this weekend against the Titans. Mike, as far as Trae Young, is he one of the best players? Yes. You gave the numbers earlier. I think it was about the MVP.
30-1 odds. The number one again guy is Joker. And for instance, Luka is 5-1. Luka and Trae obviously came in together. We made the trade. So Luka is 5-1. Trae is 30-1. So and Trae is tied with Anthony Davis and Donovan Mitchell for those odds. Again, just gives you an idea what the perception, sometimes reality, but the perception about what Trae is right now.
All right. So with that said, Trae was talking, and as we get ready for opening night tonight on the road, by the way, for our Hawks taking on Charlotte, he was asked about, his game and shooting the 3. Now, I said this, the percentages last year, and I think, we talked a lot about this. Why were they down? Did he shoot as many threes as I wanted him to? No. I need him to be who he is. He came into the league and he was a scorer. We knew that. So I don't know if last year, Mike, with the transition between Nate and what was going on with the coaching staff, if he didn't feel obligated as much to shoot it as much.
Right.
Either way, this is Trae. I just want you to hear this, talking about, shooting the ball more and maybe cutting down on his game. And he was asked about this. This is his response.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. If you look at my percentages every year, they've gotten better. And not in points per game or assists per game, necessarily, but my percentages, except last year. And so for me, it's just getting back to what I do and just shooting the ball with confidence. And I mean, I was taking a lot more mid-range shots last year, and it was the summer before I was really focused on that. That was a big focus of mine on adding that. And after seeing what CP and what he did, leading this team to go into the finals and all that, so. This summer, focusing a lot more on getting back to shooting threes and getting back to myself. And I think we'll jump my percentages up and all that. And, for me, I'm not really focused on that. I know I'm going to be a lot better than I was last year. And that's saying a lot right there. So I'm just trying to do that.
No mechanical changes or anything like that,
no? Nah, man. What? Nah. I'm the best. Nah, I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. So it's not too much I want to change in my stuff.
I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. When asked from a reporter, are you making any mechanical changes? Guys, that's his shot, the release point, how he gets the ball to where he wants it to be able to shoot it. We know he's got a quick release, but that part of it where he says, I'm one of the best in the world at what I do, Is that being a little bit too cocky?
Well, I mean, you got to love yourself before you can love someone else.
This is
And
true.
if you want to take those 30-1 odds MVP and, shove it up somebody's tuchus, you got to believe in yourself. You got to go do it. What I found more interesting than that, because I don't trade, all these guys got egos. That's cool. And then sometimes that's, becomes self-fulfilling.
It's
and that's cool.
right.
I'm more concerned with, was this Nate's thing? When Nate flew out to Oklahoma before the guy made the DeJounte trade, I want you taking intermediate jumpers? What? Doesn't make any sense. Park your butt out there. Well, you got to move without the ball. You can't just park because someone's going to double you.
Yeah.
But I thought the whole idea was DeJounte was going to penetrate, kick it out, and all those guys we talked about earlier were going to have an open look, Trey being the first. I thought Trey was going to lead the league in three-point shooting last year.
I did too.
And DeJounte would lead the league in assists.
Correct.
Not even close to what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment, Mike. You're right. And again, if you missed the first part of that, he says he watched Chris Paul,
right, take
his team to the finals. That's CP with
right.
the Suns, okay, when he was there. And he says, I'm watching that, and I wanted to make sure that was a part of my game I worked on. I just don't know if that is conducive to what you do. Like, I'm not saying mid-range jumpers are not important. If you ask a lot of the old heads around the NBA guys, when you talk to some of these guys where shooting was a premium,
right.
okay, where like you could be in the league for 20 years if you could shoot the ball in the mid-range with a mid-range jumper. That doesn't exist anymore. Just like baseball, it is home run or bust. You know what the NBA is now? Thanks, Golden State. It's 3 or nothing.
Right.
You see on a 3-on-1 fast break, guys are coming down the court.
Right.
They're dribbling, Mike. They got a wide open layup. What do? Whoop, kick it out to the corner for 3 instead of taking 2. So the thought is Nuggets did it last year, guys.
Right.
They won a championship. We've seen Golden State do it. Sacramento is playing this way. So that is what the game is, and Trey is great at that. If that's where we're at, I have no issues with it. But it's interesting that he said, I was working on my mid-range game, and I wanted that to be better, and then I went into the season, and I'm like, bro, you're right. Where did that come from?
Yes. Everybody in the NBA could take a page out of better mid-range jump shots because our league, as you know now, Carl, it's above the rim or it's a three-point shot. There's really no in between. And a guy that can make the mid-range jump shot is usually European. You know what I mean? But that's interesting. Last year, we thought that was going to be such an easy connection. But as you brought up when the trade went down, how did two ball dominant guys coexist? They never really did find that equilibrium. And at times in the playoff, I thought I got better under Quinn Snyder. It made more sense under Quinn Snyder, right?
It did. Terrence says, Dukes and Bell, I see nothing wrong with what Trey said. If Hunter took that approach, he'd be a killer. He's right.
Well, that's damn right. But
he's right.
But Trey became an iconic player in the NBA. At least the teams, he was one of the biggest buzz guys in this league for dropping bombs from like just inside half court. From daggers, momentum shifts, the big three.
Well, remember last year, was it Game 6? I'm looking around the room.
Yeah.
Where he hits the 3.
Right.
It was the game winner.
Right.
And maybe was it Game 5?
Game 5.
That shot that's Trey Young.
Right.
That's what he is.
If John Collins could have given you a consistent 15 every night out in the playoffs and DeAndre Hunter could do likewise and not disappear, you could have beat the Celtics. Celtics were so ripe for the upset against the Hawks.
Yeah.
But we had these moments where just nothing happened offensively.
We'll let you hear that again because a lot of our listeners are saying, I'm not see what the issue is. One guy says that interview was trash. Trey is talking about how he wanted to develop his game and he focused on something that he felt like ultimately probably hurt him. Like it didn't expand his game. Trey can hit a mid-range jumper, guys. We're talking about 18 feet in. All right. But what he's great at is on the ball in his hands, coming off of picks and screens or whatever, and creating that quick shot where you've got to run out there and guard him. And then guess what? As soon as you start doing that, he's dropping dimes, and all of a sudden you look up, he's got 12 assists. Right. That's Trey Young. That's the guy we fell in love with. I need to see more of that. And I'm hoping Quinn Snyder is saying, no,
But him saying, hey, I'm one of the best on the planet. You got to have that. The swagger is what made Trey the superstar. And again, he upset, beating the Knicks, upsetting the Sixers, stealing game 1 against Milwaukee. Here's the other thing. If Trey doesn't roll his ankle with the ref, some guys don't want to hear this, but I still think I'd give us a puncher shot, to win that. Because we already proved we could win in Milwaukee. So like Game 7, yes, but as much pressure would have been on them. And then we all knew Phoenix collapsed. They folded like a cheap suit.
They did.
You could have actually seen Capella the way DeAndre Ayton just, those guys might have actually dominated him.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy, but look at it.
No, it's the truth. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You guys can hit us up. Coach Arthur Smith on the way in the 4 o'clock hour. I'll say this as the Hawks get their season underway. And Terrence, you've heard me say this. Most of you have. I don't think DeAndre Hunter is a killer. And that's part of the problem. I think he's a very good, fundamentally sound player.
Right.
But he's not a killer. He isn't a guy that looks at the other team and goes, none of y'all can stop me. Good luck tonight. He just Trey is that guy.
See, I was hoping like when they had media day, Hawks, all the players come out that DeAndre had like a sleeve of tattoos. He had that the do rag, and like that meme of LeBron with the cool hanging. I want to see him come out like it's a new DeAndre Hunter.
Meet the new me.
Phase 2.
Coming up. Yeah, man, no man. Here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell. Glad to have you listening on this Wednesday. We're live at Flowery Branch. Ticketmaster Studios is where we're broadcasting from, guys. And we're going to get Coach Arthur Smith. Chris Lindstrom's going to join us. We're going to talk plenty more about the Falcons coming up. Also, we will get into more college football as the Dogs get ready for Florida. We mentioned this already. Georgia gets a huge basketball recruit.
Right.
Asa Newell, who is from Georgia, but a big-time power forward, one of the top players in the country, has committed to play ball for the Dogs and Coach Mike White. So we mentioned that, and the guy said, Dukes, you say huge. I say this is an incredible get.
Yes.
Saying, I can't wait to watch the kid.
No. This is, guys, I mean, we said this earlier. I mean, they didn't have like the big rivals type rankings for a guy like Dominique, back in the day was it just, but no, nowadays you look at for Georgia, you're going to have a chance for Mike White to really make a stamp. Just like we said, Alabama's doing it. Auburn's doing it. Tennessee's done it. So now it's a chance for Georgia to really make some hay.
All right, man, let's get to yeah, man, no, man.
Former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey. And gives rapid fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
I think we have a lot to learn about Carson Beck this week. Kirby says otherwise. We'll talk about it coming up in 20 minutes. Turtle, what is going on, man? Happy Wednesday.
Yes, sir. So I think it's all safe to say that we're all sick and tired of this Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing.
Speak for yourself.
Okay. Well, it's been taking.
I am tired. I mean, listen, to a certain degree, I'm not watching these Chiefs games enough to see all the coverage outside of the highlights.
I will say this: a meme did come out, or video came out that was I saw on Twitter yesterday, where it was Mahomes' idiot brother, like the Fredo, the Mahomes trying to like hone in on the action between Brittany and Taylor Swift, while they're doing their little high five.
Yeah,
he's kind of weird.
He was perched up
He's
behind
Fredo.
them
He's
on the next level.
Yeah.
So he's like hanging over the side while they're doing their handshake. And then he puts his hands in, if you could see what I'm doing right now on the Twitch stream, like this to get them to interact with him on the handshake.
I didn't see that.
And they didn't.
Because he's weird.
Yeah, begrudgingly.
Let me do this. My brother Fredo. This is your hi. This is my brother. That's a Godfather reference.
Yeah, and this is the biggest pop star in the world. All right, so someone got in the fray about this. A very famous person, member of the sports media, Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and he decided that because all the takes are worn out, he decided to attack Taylor Swift and her music.
You cannot run around a stage and sing live for 3 hours. No, nobody will probably admit that. But I do a show in Branson. I do 20 shows at the Clay Cooper Theater. Yeah. And if I walk once all the way to the right side of the stage, I have to take a break.
Too much cardio.
It's too much, man. Their songs are, the whole shows are taped, and they're singing to tape. You cannot.
Well, guys, for those who know, Terry Bradshaw is 75, okay, and Taylor Swift is 32, and she's obviously in her prime. And Bruce Springsteen has famously played for 4 and 5 hour concerts, and so I mean, I love Terry Bradshaw, and I saw that HBO documentary on the one man show, which is really interesting and very forthcoming. Doesn't leave any stone unturned in his personal life and his battle with depression and everything else. But with all due respect, Terry, I mean, come on, that's a different situation. And they also do have they have costume changes. She does have a chance to catch a breath at some point during the show.
Yeah, Beyonce came. She does the 3 hour show too,
right?
Okay, and stadium shows. And I'm just saying, like, there are certain artists. Prince did this, and I went to one show Prince did. He played all the instruments, Mike, during the 3 hour show that he put on, and would have these long, extensive instrumentals, in which there was just like 20 minutes of music. You didn't know what the hell he was playing, but he was out there. I don't know if that is a fair assessment. I do get it. There is some recording that goes on with these huge shows because it's just the nature of the size of these shows and how big they are.
Carl, can I just ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, man.
Why you got to go there?
What do you mean?
Why did Terry have to go there?
Well, it sounded like haterade. I
think it was just, I think it's
him not knowing.
I think he's just misguided comment. I love Terry, but I mean, every once in a while he does say some goofy stuff. That's been his MO his entire career.
He does, Mike. And you're right, Turtle. I mean, I don't know, but did he get some people coming after him about this?
Yeah, all the Swifties, obviously, because it's like, why can't you just enjoy their relationship? Why do you have to attack it from every angle, now including her act as a singer?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Why are you coming after her like that, Terry?
Listen, I agree.
Come on, man.
Mike is right about this. And I don't want to say that he is not in the know. Maybe he doesn't. He's not. that's not his thing, and maybe he's just commenting on it. And
Right.
in my experience, to Mike's point, I walk across the stage. Yes, you're 80, bro.
Yeah, man, you're getting up there, baby.
Yeah.
All right. So an interesting development in the Desmond Ritter saga. Something maybe we can ask Coach about coming up in about a half hour. Michael Rothstein reported, our buddy from ESPN, Falcons head coach Arthur Smith on why he thinks there's been so much criticism on the Desmond Ritter front. Quote, toxic group think.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's many of us Falcon fans who sometimes feel very toxic about the team when we don't win when we should. But
that's a convenient narrative.
Yes, it is.
And by the way, I'm saying I was about to tweet this. I'm telling you right now. We're going to both be in Nashville. If Ritter can go turnover free in Music City, I will buy the Ritter jersey. I will rock it, and I will wear this every home game at Falcons. Okay, at Mercedes-Benz. Okay, go give me a turnover free game, and I will commit. I will rock the Ritter jersey, and I will, and then the real, not the simulated one, the expensive one.
The one that costs. Let me ask you, Chris. Is he saying mob mentality here? Is he saying because everybody's piling on, it's easy to pile on? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, and that's to quote our coach as Orange has played, that's been the narrative around Desmond Ritter this entire
season. I gotta be honest, I'll tell you, that's a lazy narrative from Arthur.
Okay, so what's the phrase again? What did he say?
Toxic group think.
Toxic group think. No, I mean, for instance, now here's the difference. Now there is ball busting. There is then when like a radio talk show host is like, I'm the coach killer, and the guy's really going after somebody. I don't consider asking Desmond Ritter not to turn it over 3 times in a game as being toxic. That was the argument you and I had on Monday. That's how the whole thing started. I mean, when he said that we've got to clean up turnovers, and I wrote on Twitter, what's this we stuff? You're kind of the turnover guy. Now, Dahlman was partially responsible for one bad snap, and, the old line's got to do a better job. You've got to have ball security on those should be touchdown. But that's just ball busting. That's me not saying fire Ritter, bench him. All I've ever said was, if Ritter's really struggling, is it a cardinal sin to throw Heineke in there and let him watch a half and then get him back out there? Because here's Carl, there's half a dozen Hall of Fame quarterbacks that at one time got benched. In their development.
I'm not saying, and this is a question for Coach, and I think he's answered it though, but I'm not saying that he'll never potentially entertain that.
And if he didn't do it in London, it's never going to happen.
But my thing is, that's not how you get better. I mean, some of this stuff, Mike, over the years has been power plays.
Right.
Some of this has been a coach who has a young star quarterback who wants to show him who's in charge. So I'm going to bench you. Right. It didn't make sense. No. It didn't help the team.
Well, it's the way Parcells used to handle Phil Simms, and that almost stunted his growth back in the day.
So that's why I say, it's not out of the question. You always do what's best for the team, but at the end of the day, the only way you learn this is you got to be out there and you got to make these mistakes. And then if these mistakes continue, it shows you he's not the guy.
Hey, I don't want to be as mean as Philadelphia, but I just think, you can man up a little bit and demand better from everybody, and certainly, there were, as we said, there were elements to some of those turnovers, which are more than Ritter. Dahlman's got to do a better job getting the ball. There were some low snaps too in the shotgun. Was it just like the direct snap?
And let me say this, by the way, what you're talking about, you don't see with the quarterbacks who got their bag because they are way too expensive to be playing those games.
Right.
You're not going to see Nick Sirianni play that game with Jalen Hurts when he's making $50 million.
No. Once you're established, you're good to go.
But it's not even that. Some of these guys have been in the league 3, 4, 5 years. They're not 8, 9, 10-year guys.
Right.
Once you get the bag at quarterback, these coaches are not playing games with you. Yeah. You think Justin Herbert's going to get pulled?
No.
It's not happening.
But right now, but all those guys, they have in common now. Hurts was what, 4th round, right? Hurts was 3rd or 4th round.
No, Hurts was not a first round.
Second round. He was 2nd round. But everybody else is 1st round.
And when you're a 2nd or 3rd round pick, this is the thing about Ritter, by the way, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss this. Guys, he can get to the table a lot quicker than a 1st round pick because that 5th year is not guaranteed. He could ball out for 2 years, Mike, and say, hey, our agent wants to talk, and the Falcons would be obligated to have that conversation.
Right.
He doesn't have to wait if he plays up to the ability.
Look, we all want to win. That's what we want from the jump. And again, hopefully it's going to be a real physical contest. I think that's one of the themes we're going to get from Arthur when he jumps here in our studios coming up.
One more quick one here. Looks like 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy in concussion protocol.
Ruh-roh.
Said he self-reported symptoms on the plane ride home. I believe it would be Sam Darnold's turn to take over as QB1. Are the 49ers in trouble?
It could be a 3-game losing streak.
Well, we talked about it. 2 is tough. 3, whether you're winning 3 is great. You're losing 3. That's a spiral. That is now you're spiraling out of control. Who's the backup again?
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
They trusted him to keep him, though. They trusted. Remember, they traded Trey Lance, and they still have Darnold. I think that's interesting. I got to wait to see what that's going to look like.
Is it bye week this week for them?
I think so.
Bengals in 2 weeks.
They are playing the Bengals on the 29th.
Yeah, I think
But
so.
and we said, barring some strange set of circumstances, we generally do get, 8 days sometimes you need. So he should be fine for the Bengals.
True.
So you don't have to worry about that conundrum of bringing Sam Darnold.
No, Bengals this weekend, 29th. Yeah.
Oh, you're right, because Shanahan
yeah.
talked about it yesterday when he said we've got to get this out of our system. Here's the deal. Sam Darnold at the end of his tenure with the Carolina Panthers was playing really well. Then they went and acquired him in the offseason, and he played well enough for them to trade Trey Lance. Mike, I'm not saying
and what the saving grace 49ers were at San Fran at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, but I'm not saying, he's going to be as efficient as Purdy, but I don't think that Shanahan's is afraid to play Sam Darnold. He trusts him. They trusted to keep him.
When you run the ball the way San Fran does, setting up the things they wanted, the same thing we wanted to. That makes it so effective.
Uh-oh, your mic is cutting out there.
Oh, no.
There it is.
The problem is for them is that Trent Williams is also hurt.
Yes, that's right.
So he is maybe the best player on that team, honestly. If
True.
you're
Sam Darnold with no blindside protection.
Yeah, Sam Darnold without a left tackle, that could be a serious problem. All right, we got to run. Please hit my music.
Dukes and Bell live at Flowery Branch, guys. Dog Report's on the way. We'll talk to Coach Arthur Smith coming up. Chris Lindstrom next hour as well.
Funny, I looked at the calendar. It's like 29. Man, Halloween's around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Year moves fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Once football season starts, it's like light speed. Man.
It's my favorite time of the year, man. I love Halloween. I love this time because I can, scare the kids and take their candy. And I can dress up and nobody says I'm an idiot. I mean, any other time of the year, you walk down the street in a costume, somebody goes, "What's wrong with him?"
Right.
I can do that on Halloween, and I will. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk about what Kirby has to say in regards to his quarterback. I think this is a big week for Carson Beck, and we should be learning something about him. Kirby says otherwise. We'll explain.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. On Sports 92.9 The Game.
We are live at Flowery Branch, guys. Ticketmaster Studios is where we're coming from. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. We're going to talk to Coach Art coming up in just a little bit. Coach Arthur Smith, Chris Lindstrom on the way as well. What would you say right now? I know we're going to be breaking this down over the next few days. We're turning the page, guys. Tampa's in the books. We won. Despite all the frustrations and everything we've been talking about, we got to focus on trying to get another road win. What do you think is going to be key as we head into this Sunday?
Physicality, man. Do your first down. Well, they don't check that. Turnovers.
True.
The roller coaster is attached to the turnovers.
You're
so
right.
Whether it's Ritter or anybody, look, knock wood, we've been pretty good with nobody else putting the ball on the ground. I mean, I think what Bijan had one, Jonnu had one, but for the most part, we've been clean. It's all about the QB. So if number 9 can just keep it, in his hands and to the guys, on the right team, I think that's key. But the physicality, they're very similar to us. As we said, they kind of kept many of the things that Arthur put in place when he was the OC up there in Nashville. And Vrabel, he's old school dude. He wants to just knock your ding dong in the dirt.
He does.
But their quarterback, who's going to win the turnover battle? We should. And Ritter's got a lot more experience. Small sample size than what you see from the other dudes.
Yeah, it looks like both will play as what is being reported up there, which is weird.
Yeah, that's never going to be good because no one gets in a rhythm, and that's probably advantageous to us.
And if you're wondering who are their quarterbacks, Malik Willis,
Right.
went to Liberty. Malik's from here, by the way.
Atlanta kid.
And I saw him during the summer.
Will Levis.
No, I saw Malik during the summer working out with the quarterbers. But
I know you were at the Kentucky Georgia game last year too.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about like quarterbacks working out here with all the guys that come into town. And, he's still learning. And then Will Levis, yes, that's the other quarterback. But those are the two guys. And I only say that to say not Levis, because I haven't seen him in the pros. Nobody's seen him yet. He hasn't started any games. He hasn't even suited out, I don't believe, guys. He's not been active. But with that said, the whole Malik Willis thing, Mike, and I'm just thinking about, going back to him wanting to improve and seeing him work out during the summer. It's one of those things, again, where natural tools are one thing, but then you put him in the system and you see him having to read defenses and go through the progressions. It's a different deal. It's just a different deal.
And we've heard about this from, not knocking what Gus Malzahn did up there, but was Gus Malzahn? Was it Freeze? I was confused. I was confused.
It was Freeze. It was Freeze.
But you Freeze at Liberty. But, it's an offense that has degrees of complexity to it, but nothing like what you're seeing from the defenses in the NFL and how you have to read and react.
So remember when he played last year due to the injury to Ryan Tannehill, they cut the playbook down.
Right.
It was a very small playbook that allowed him hopefully to use his athleticism. My point is, I would not be surprised if they did more of that, knowing he's going to be the starter this week. I don't know if Levis plays, but that's what's being reported. So we'll see where that goes. We're going to talk to Coach Arthur about this, Arthur Smith, about what he thinks we absolutely need to do to get a dub up there in Nashville. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
I think without having your best wide receiver on the field in Brock Bowers, this is a week in which we could see and learn a lot more about Carson Beck. Now, I'm not saying he's got to throw for 1,000 yards, but if he does come out, and let's just say Carson has a 21 for 26 kind of game, Mike, for 300 yards and a couple of touchdowns, it would make me feel a lot better and more comfortable watching this Georgia offense, knowing he's capable of that without Brock on the field. Kirby is saying, I don't need to necessarily learn much more about Beck this week against Florida. He says, quote, nothing different from last week. I thought he was good last week, and he was. And he says, this is Kirby Smart, he continues to work on the things that will help us win because he's accurate. He makes good decisions. He's putting us in the right plays. He's a bright kid. So he sees a lot of the defense in the offseason and in walkthroughs here. He says, so when you see a lot of the defense, and you've been exposed to a lot of things, that gives him the confidence. And I know that it's all, that all the stuff that he sees. So he's got a lot of people around him to help him. Kirby's taking the pressure off of him saying, you don't need to do anything special against Florida. I'm telling you, as we watch this dog team and we say, can they compete with some of the other elite teams that you might think they might have to play in the college football playoff? He does have to show us something.
Well, he's got to step up. Look, Mertz, we talked about Graham Mertz yesterday. His record is not bad. His stats aren't bad. 12 touchdowns, only 2 picks. I think, Napier, he's still trying to, as we said yesterday, he's still trying to build the framework of the guys that he needs to hang with Georgia. But it's still a rivalry game. They still got some studs. They still got some dudes that can move. Now, again, you could argue the last couple of years. Now, Florida last won this in 20, but Kirby's dominated this one since he took over. Is this going to be the closest margin? I mean, you think the number's right there at 14?
Yeah.
I mean, you said it, the receivers, Rosemary Jack Saint, Ra Thomas. Kirby mentions Ra Thomas all the time.
He does.
It's a lot of hype about him transferring in the portal. And, as the rubber really hit the road with him, as far as having the big impacts on games. That would be something to your point about the vertical passing game. And then Bobo, nobody's complaining about Bobo. It's just Georgia's defense isn't as good as it was the last 2 years because it was some of the best defenses in college football history.
And again, if you were to complain about Bobo, what would it be? Like, under the circumstances,
nothing to complain about.
There's nothing to
They're
complain
running when
about.
they should run. They're throwing when they should throw.
No.
Carson Beck struggled in his first road game at Auburn. That was to be expected, but you still found a way to pull that one out. He had the whole team was sleepwalking up in Nashville. You pulled that one out. But this is where it's a tough stretch. I mean, Missouri is no joke. If that game was in Missouri this year, you'd really be sweating it, but it's in Athens. But first things first, don't give Florida any momentum. I still think my story is Florida hangs for a half, and then Georgia steps on them.
Yeah, and let me say this on the other side of this argument about why I think he has to prove it. If he doesn't play well, what are we saying Monday? Even if they win, Mike, and he doesn't play well, you're saying, okay, wait a minute. When I needed to rely on his arm and I needed him to make plays without Brock Bowers on the field, was he able to get it done? And I think you don't want to have that conversation as we continue to move through this schedule because it gives you a little bit of doubt. If he has a great game, guys, it's a non-starter, but what if? And that is the question about Brock, or not Brock Bowers, but Carson Beck, that I'm going into this Saturday and I'm going, okay, I do expect Georgia to win. I do expect them to be 14 points better. That's 2 touchdowns in Florida. But neutral site, we know it's a rivalry game. So you throw all of that out of the window. And I just think going into this game, if he does not necessarily play well, you will have a lot of people saying, well, I'm not quite sure.
Well, all the elite teams, look what Saban's had to deal with Jalen Milroe, right, over the course of the season.
You're right.
And it's been a learning curve. I think you could argue that Carson Beck has been more consistent. He's thrown 4 interceptions on the year. Now, he's had an interception every week in the last 3, Auburn, Kentucky, and Vandy. So, again, the Vandy one was probably the most egregious pick. So, let's just cut down on those mistakes. But to me, it's more about Georgia. When I think Georgia beats Florida because Florida's not there yet. And Florida, they're monkeying around with inferior opponents that Georgia can beat handily. But down the road, yes, this game will be more difficult. Not this time, not this week. The games I'm more concerned with are Missouri and Tennessee. And Ole Miss. And Ole Miss is looking at that's a high power. Now, that's a game where Carson Beck and company, if your defense isn't as good, obviously, as last year, if you get into like one of these NBA type scoring matches with Ole Miss, that's on Beck.
You got to score points. Auburn isn't there either, Mike. And I know the game was on the road, and it's a hard place to play. But I also just think here's where I think Georgia differs from the last 2 years specifically. Physically dominating opponents. They're not doing that this year, okay? And so when you say they're not there, I agree. Florida's still, from a recruiting standpoint, we've talked about it. Rusty came on the show the other day and said, listen, Billy Napier is doing a hell of a job, and he's doing a much better job than when he took over the program with where they're at. But they're not recruiting on the level. Florida's not top 5 every year or top 3 like Georgia.
Right.
But I will say that is the fundamental difference between this team and the last 2 national championship teams. You are going to physically be dominated on both sides of the ball. And I don't know if that's going to happen on Saturday with Florida. I'm curious to see if it does, but Mike, that's been the fundamental difference. That's why some of these games you felt the way you have. I'm not telling you they're not good. I'm not telling you they don't have a chance to get back to the SEC championship game. They got to handle business Saturday, but I also feel like, just like I do, it felt different. There was a different feel for what you saw the last 2 seasons. And a lot of that just had to do with we are physically better than you. And you saw it like with TCU. Wasn't even close. That's maybe a bad game. But Mike physically just dominated.
But regardless of schedule, the SI points this out in the article they're doing on the matchup I'm reading right now. Georgia is currently averaging 40.1 points per game this season.
That's why you can't complain.
And the Florida Gators are averaging 29, which comes out to 64th in the country.
That's why you can't
complain. And so add that up, and that's a cover. Well, you hope it's a cover, right? Technically, that would be 11. That would not be a cover. But if your defense gets a couple of, by the way, just because the defense starts off, and we obviously knew that you missed guys like Bear and everybody else that moved on either the NFL or transferred.
Sure.
The defense is getting better. These guys are getting more and more experience, and there's been injuries. There's been injuries on both sides of the ball this year.
Yeah.
Offensive line, let's be honest. Georgia's offensive line, we were told it was all SEC. All these guys are all let's be honest, preseason All-Americans, and the offensive line wasn't everything it was cracked, but it's gotten better as the season's progressed.
A few years ago when Todd Monken was here, I professed that Georgia would not win a national championship. This was before the first one, until they averaged more than 40 points a game. and they did the years that they've won the national championship. Go look at the teams that are averaging 40 or more right now, Mike. It is Michigan. It is Washington.
Right. Now,
Okay?
the one caveat, like Georgia and Michigan haven't played anybody.
Well, but
Georgia's played a couple of SEC opponents that were rugged, like South Carolina and Kentucky.
But
the Auburn game you pointed out.
But the point is, you're going to look at those numbers and you're going to see the top teams in the country. That is offensively where you have to be.
Right.
When Alabama was rolling and winning championships with Tua and 40 or more.
Right.
That is where college football is now.
Right.
And my point is, that's why you can't complain about Bobo. The offense is doing exactly what you need him to do.
As Rusty Manziel pointed out yesterday, I mean, this is the first time Bobo's been involved in a Georgia offense where he didn't have to score 40 points, but they are. And and another little factoid, this comes from SI. Georgia defense ranks first in the country on third down, as opponents are it's only 23.6 of third downs that offenses are scoring on Georgia's defense, moving the ball on third down.
On third down, that's
so
huge.
Georgia's defense. That's a nice little factoid for a defense we're kind of selling short right now.
They're getting off the field. All right, we're going to take a break. We are live at Flowery Branch, guys. This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. We're coming back. Mike and I are done early tonight, 6:30. Hawks on the road against Charlotte. Our coverage begins at 6:30, tips at 7, and so we're getting out of here early tonight, but we will have Coach on. We're going to talk to Chris Lindstrom as well. Lots more to get to. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell. come back with us. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans. Brought to you by Hooters. If the game is on, it's on at Hooters. Any conference all season long.
Where the players play. Hey, man, we're awaiting the arrival of Arthur Smith here in our studios here at Flowery Branch. It'll be coming up in just a bit. So we'll squeeze in some guy talk. We're on camera, by the way. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Monday, we set all sorts of records, Carl, with our raging argument about what we should be expecting from Desmond Ridder. And one of the guys who's been a big part, I want to give him a shout out because we only got a few more days with our man Whispers, who's doing a fantastic job basically producing this. So much so, if I don't want to put your business on the street, he's been able to bankroll this for an opportunity to go work at CNN.
Yeah, proud of him, but hate to see him have to move on. But life's about opportunity, and certainly he's getting a great opportunity. But he has enhanced our program, and you guys know that if you watch us and you see our snippets and all the stuff that's going on.
Right.
So he's going to be hard to replace, but hopefully we'll find somebody.
Yeah, man. In the short term, we're going to have a little celebration, a little going away party, and congratulate him on his new gig. So again, people really win with Dukes and Bell. And you can then, if you're a young kid, that's another thing. Nobody wants to intern to do the work that this guy was doing, not to put your business on the street, but this guy hustled. If you'd like to get into the business, contact a representative of Dukes and Bell. In other words, hit us up on Twitter, and we'll see if you got to pass a drug test. But anyway, we'll try to get you in. But we need more people like this guy because he took us off. We're going to take him out for some beers after the show on Thursday. Guess what?
He doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink.
He told me yesterday.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Short party.
Yes. Not your kind of party.
No,
pal.
I was going to say, it was like my neighbor Jarvis lives across the street. And I remember when I first met him, I was like, hey, we're going to have a big housewarming party, like Black Friday party. And he's like, I go, you want to come on over? He's like, well, I really don't we don't drink. I go, okay, that takes like a lot of pages out of my playbook.
Yeah.
As I like to say. So
yeah, he made me laugh yesterday because I was like, hey, so you like mixed drinks? He was like, no. Sweet tea.
Yeah. So when a guy doesn't drink, I just don't know how to approach that. It's just very difficult for me. But, my father said, never trust a man that doesn't drink, but I can trust this guy. Congratulations, man, on the new gig at CNN to our man Whispers doing the TV. Look who just rolled in.
It is Coach Arthur Smith joining us live at Flowery Branch. Let's make sure Coach's mic is on. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing good.
Can I just get one thing out of the way before we proceed with the interview?
Sure.
I am not the leader of toxic groupthink, okay, when it comes to your quarterback. Let the record reflect. I just wanted to cut down on the turnover.
No, that wasn't necessarily just like somebody's opinion about him. I appreciate the lead in.
Pass it, the PR guy's like, what?
No, but look, it's my point was, what happens about some of the, the labels that get put on guys before they take a snap in this league. Right. And I swear to you, and that's what we love about this game, right? As the popularity has grown in the last 20 years and the way it's covered is awesome, but you see it in every industry. You see it in society is, it's boring to really evaluate quarterbacks, to watch every snap. You meet with these guys. And then a lot of times it's about fit and the chemistry of what you're trying to do. And then a little bit of luck, you may love a player and somebody takes them before you. So there's a lot goes on, but sometimes I think it's a little ridiculous. Some guys get propped up and if you really watch a film, you're like, you don't even know what you're looking at. And then other guys that get unfairly criticized and you're like, well,
it's pretty good.
Yeah. He's not bad, so that's the beauty of football. There's so much to value in every play. What's what keeps all of us in business, I guess.
Art, let's talk about this with Ridder real quick. Cause part of my discussion with people out here is you got to give him a chance. Okay. And we as fans are probably less patient, right? Obviously, than we say people in the building, yourself, Terry Fontenot, Dave Ragone, people that are around him every day. And part of this is, I think the only way you get better, okay, been doing this a long time, was for me to do it. Was for me to be on the air, for me to do this every day. And I've been preaching this to our fans, like, this is the first time our organization has gone through this transition, 15 years of Matt. And then we're going through this transition with the new quarterback. But the only way you get better, coach, is you got to play.
Reps.
So part of this is, and a lot of people are like, well, why is coach, he should maybe sit him down and he should maybe play the other guy. The only way, in my opinion, you can tell me, you got to do it.
Yeah, the act of doing. It's why you practice. And I think sometimes, too, we find different ways to rationalize not working. You know, I mean, you see the debate in other sports about load management or this and that, and you try to be smarter, right? We're more advanced as a society than ever, right? We have more information at our fingertips. We may be more uninformed, though.
Yeah.
And I think that of the whole truth, whether it was 2,000 years ago and you were a builder or you're a quarterback in the NFL, you know, you can study film. People have tried every you know, vaporware product they can try to sell with virtual reality and all these things, that the next greatest thing at the end of the day until you physically go do it. And it's the only way to truly get better. And the other things around them too. I mean, your job at quarterback is to make things right, but you also need the other 10 at times too. I mean, there's certain plays that guys scramble out and they make everybody miss, and it's everybody is watching TV or coaching or whatever, like, holy crap, that's a hell of a play. But 95% of this stuff is you need everybody on the same page.
It's Arthur Smith, guys, live with us here at Flowery Branch. Second game in a row, your opening drive has resulted with a touchdown, which is something, obviously, I know you want to see that happen every week. And then we talked about it. We broke, as we like to say, we broke down the film like this, a Bruder film. The one hit in the huddle where he coughs up the ball, that can happen to any NFL quarterback. We looked at the Dahlman snap. It was like almost like the snap wasn't deep enough when he didn't receive the snap. I know that's something that you both guys can work on cleaning up.
Yeah, those are the age-old debates. I've been on staffs where the O-line coach is going to blame the quarterback every time.
Right.
That's not the case. We don't have that, but I've been around that, and where it's never this guy's fault. Never that. You look at it, and again, sometimes it's the chicken or the egg argument, but at the end of the day, it's professional football. We got to get the snap. And, so, you know, whether the quarterback, because it's on, leaves too quick, or the snap was a sword, that's our job as professionals, you know, to start to play. So we got to clean that up clearly. Right. But, and then, you know, what the last one is, you watch the first touchdown and you think you're going to hit. I mean, we got to, you know, it's that human nature. And I've been telling this the last couple of weeks, the next step for us to be, you know, get to where we want to, is that we got to finish that last mile delivery, which is the most expensive cost in logistics. And it's the most expensive real estate in that, and then football. And we've got to punch it in, and we got to stop finding creative ways to sabotage ourselves is a nice way I can put it on the air.
Coach, we play a soundbite from you last year that says we got to score more points, and we drop it in every time when we talk about our offense. Here's the number, okay? 29th in scoring right now. How do we score more points? We left 21 on the board, to your point last week. That's how I felt. I don't know how you felt. How do we score more points? We're still struggling with this aspect, even though we're winning football games.
You just answered. How? It's pretty easy. Don't fumble against. No, I'm very serious. Yeah. Those are, like, at worst, that's a 4-point loss.
Right.
Don't get a personal foul in field goal range. I'm just telling you when you break them down. This is why. I've been through this before. What you see is progress. You're moving the ball at a great clip. We got to finish. But as I said, we're finding creative ways, and so it's not an excuse. It's what happened. So when you get down there and you're giving points away, that's what it affects. And you're talking about the difference. And that's what last in the league. You're talking about 32 teams. I've been on teams where, you know, when you're 10 percentage points better, you're doing something. But the difference between sometimes 8 and 23 isn't that much. Now we're in a 7-game sample size. As you look at the end of the year, yeah, clearly there's been a trend. We got to fix it. But if you look at it, we fumbled Houston in the red zone. We had the personal foul to get a field goal right before. Okay, call it 10 points. Call it 6.
Right.
That affects you. And then you go in there and you talk about, absolutely. You have an interception down there in the red zone. That's going to affect it. Going into the, you know, right at the midfield as you're pushing in. And so they're and the defense has a say. And then you look at last week.
3.
So there's your answer.
Okay. All right.
And one of the things we did get this week, it was the first road win for Desmond Ridder. Also, you had another one of his game-winning drives. In this case, 42 yards to set up the coup field goal. So that's going to make you feel good. The throw in traffic to Pitts. Pitts makes a great adjustment in air on that catch.
No, he did. I mean, that's what's going on is as we've made these investments and we're trying, again, every year is going to be different. How you decide and what you think you have around you as a team to try to win. We've been pushing this thing. We don't want to. As this thing's evolving, this is where it's got to pay. Sometimes you're making these investments. We tweak. We're not going to be the same every year. We'll have our core values, but what we've tried to build this offense is the ball can go anywhere. It's not just, hey, they're going to run it 90 times. You got to defend everything. And so that's again, you're seeing progress here, but the next step is, yes, we got to put the ball in the damn end zone, get more touchdowns, But that's how we can become explosive offense. As you're right, you can make that argument. Okay, now we're what are we in total offense, right? Right. So for us to be a top 5 offense, to really be doing something and scoring and getting to where we want to, we got to finish in the red zone. We got to keep tweaking things, and you look at everything. Are guys open? You're in position to score? Why aren't you scoring? I mean, those are things that you're objectively looking at every week. But there is progress, a lot of progress being made, and thankfully we're stacking wins. Again, we want more, but that's as you build this thing. So we're playing our best football. Hopefully late in the year, getting ready to play more.
Coach Arthur Smith joining us here live in Flowery Branch, guys. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We get a chance to chop it up with Coach each and every week. We get ready for the Titans coming up on Sunday. Let me ask you about the RPO. It seemed like last week, Dez, right, carries, I think one of those was obviously a call for him, or I don't know if it was a read, but he scores on it. And then we saw it later in the game, the one he gets the ball knocked out. Is that something that you've added? Has it always been there? Or what's going on there, Coach, with the RPO and letting Dez do things that we know he's capable of with his feet?
There's a lot of things that happen on every play. I don't like the public to talk about schemes because you wouldn't be surprised at, how many people listen to this. That's why I don't get into schemes, to be honest. But you guys can see it. I mean, they're smart. Right. I mean, like they say, I always roll my eyes when people in our industry talk down to people. There's people that are passionate. Yeah, they may not know the technical jargon, right, but obviously, clearly, you know it enough to know that there was a couple options on the play. But they're a little bit different. We tweak that to try to take an advantage. When you have a running quarterback, here's how I look at it. It's a math game. So if I hand the ball off to you, the other 9 guys got to block. So there's 2 guys free. When you're making an extra defender account, maybe it's zone read, maybe it is an RPO. You're taking that 10th defender and you're trying to get the number count back. Making defend both to give them a little hesitation. But when you have a quarterback that can do that, that makes it a pain to defend. That's the only way you really can get the number count back, if you look at it like a math problem. Right. So that's kind of what, again, I'm not going to this game. We change it sometimes week to week, different looks. But that's another element to your offense, and it makes it, again, harder on the defense. It's one more thing to defend.
Arthur Smith was guys live in our Ticketmaster studios here at Flowery Branch. We look at Tennessee. I know you were up there for many years, and I know the big fella, man. Derrick Henry's still there. It seems like physicality. I know it's been brought up a few times in press conferences. The physical nature of what this game is, because the teams, there's so many similarities in what they're trying to do from the benchmarks you set before you left.
Well, look, it's why I've got so much respect for Mike Vrabel. We each have our different philosophies and some different things, but at my core, the reason I think it works so well with me and when I work for Braves is that we have a shared philosophical belief in how, to play up front. And obviously that's what we know, that they play a physical brand. We got to play our best football, because it doesn't matter whoever they trade, whoever's playing quarterback. That's a way to get embarrassed. You go down there, and history will tell you that. And I've given plenty of history lessons. We got to play our best football, and that's the name of this game. You get a win. We just can't all of a sudden play this roller coaster, because you go on the road. It's so hard to win every week. Understand the environment you're walking into, and understanding, what you're facing. And we got to clean the stuff up. Like, you can't live on the edge like that, turning the ball over, and just hope you have a chance late and be able to do it. I mean, if that's what happens during the game, we'll find a way to win it. But we've got to take that next step.
Yeah, ask Buffalo, right? Last week. Ask the 49ers last week. That's what Coach is talking about. As you talk about that philosophy, what is it? Well, what is it? Can you expound on that? Because you say that, and it's very broad and general. Are you just saying, hey, we're going to kick your butt up front? That's how we operate?
It's not as like caveman as that, but
well, what is the philosophy?
Big boxcar runs over a little boxcar.
Because I agree with you, Coach, and I know that you guys are similar in that. But when we talk to these coaches and we say, hey, what is it that, like, fundamentally, this is what we're going to be?
Sure. Everybody says they want to be a fast, smart, physical team.
Sure.
Right? It's the implementation and how you implement it and the kind of people you get. So, sometimes it's pretty simple. You want to be a physical team, go get physical players, and then have a program that, that's accountability and this and that. Everybody says the same things. It's like everything. You guys read the same inspirational quotes. There's plenty of grifters online that make a living now of making dramatic music and giving you this thing, and people spend all day looking at them instead of doing anything about it, So it's the implementation. It's holding the accountability, because it's hard. It's hard when you're trying to get better every week. Just watch us practice. The way those guys work. It's still never lost to me. I appreciate it. It's our job. We get paid well. Sure, Grady gets paid well. David gets paid well. Watch those guys work. And the same thing with Chris and Jake and Caleb and those guys. And it's a daily, day to day. It's nothing flashy, nothing special, but it's doing those boring habits and it's hard work. And that's kind of what it really boils down to.
One thing we didn't cover, I know you already addressed it with the media, the Bijan Robinson headache and situation. He did get in the game. And so to me, no, by the way, we said there's nothing to see here for the NFL because I don't want to put words in your mouth because it didn't happen on Friday.
I'm sorry.
And he was out there. I just made the reaction.
Yeah.
But I was going to just follow it up with the good news is when he can't go, heaven forbid, later in the year, CP still has it. And Tyler Algier was running the ball effectively as well.
Yeah. Look, like, there's so many things I want to say.
Say it, Coach. Say it.
Sometimes it's
paying the
frustrating for me.
fine, so,
I
yeah.
know. Sometimes it's frustrating for me. But at the end of the day, look, we want depth on this team, and it allows you to move guys around, and it allows you to show that you're adaptable. So something comes up in their game, or a guy goes out in the second play of the game. Again, it's our job to problem solve, and you want to have contingency plans and play winning football, and not sit there and act like you're helpless, because we'll never do that. So, yeah, it was great to see CP. Tyler ran the ball extremely well. He made a great play. Him and Dez in space backed up. It was a huge play, flipping the field. We got a lot of guys playing really good football, and that helps. And then we need everybody. And some weeks is going to be one guy that's going to get the hot hand. I mean, you saw the first drive, New was wide open. So eventually they changed a little bit. Now they're covering some things, and some other guys, yeah. But I mean, that's what you want, right? You got Kyle here. You want to shade to Drake. Fine, there comes New down the seam. So you saw that, and then you got to adapt, and that's the chess match. They played a lot of man in the second half. They switched out the nickel player because we were trying to match Drake up on them, and so they went from playing zone to playing man. And then the one thing I will say, where I think Bijan does affect the game, and we need him in situational football. He could go. Does that affect their call? We'll never know, but I know we got the call we wanted when Kyle ran out of there.
Right.
So there is some strategy behind that too, and that's when you have a real team and guys understand how it all fits together. And then again, that's the next part. That's what's fun about what we're building. We have a lot of these young skill guys. We got to continue to build. And I promise you, if we can continue on this trend, it'll happen the right way for us.
Last thing, Coach, what do we need to do against this Titans team? Again, we talked about the turnovers. A lot of Falcon fans will say, we just don't need to turn it over. We don't turn it over, we're going to win the game. That's how confident we are about things that we're seeing.
Defense looks great.
But what do we have to do Sunday?
Well, it goes as a team. See, that's the thing too. Sometimes there's a strategy of playing team football about when you want to play strategically, you're playing keep away, or sometimes you're conceding a field position battle because they can't go 90 yards. The next step, and we talk about the turnovers are obviously, but it's also there's a couple of the little things that we got to take the next step. Like we can't lose contain, and I got to have it third down, right? And again, the intent could be great, but it's the discipline of the rush lanes. Because if you have the discipline of the rush lanes, I'd argue Grady may get that sack right there. It's a completely different scenario. Clock's running. They got to have a fourth down at the 2-minute warning. We stop it. We're in victory. Great. There's a lot of little things that happen on play to play. Some of the things on special teams, that's what we're all working towards. And so there's a lot of good going on. We got it's a great group of guys to coach. But going into this game, every week there's a different challenge. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at us. So if Tannehill doesn't play, I promise you the message is he'll find a way to get them ready, and we've got to play clean, and we got to play really good situational football. And it'll be a tough game, but that's what they all are. That's what we get paid to do. But and we got to find a way to win because it's a huge opportunity for us. We need to go on the road again and go win another road game.
I'm with you. Coach, appreciate you as always. I wanted to ask you about a play, but you're not going to get into it because I'm watching and I'm like, the scheme on this play, CP hits it, guys are rolling. And I was like, that was a killer play.
New wrinkle.
Yeah. And I'm like, but you won't talk about it. So I'm not going to.
Too many people, like
I'm
I
not
said.
gonna-
I'm not going to get in the college football debate, but there's people that listen to these.
The walls have ears. Yeah. You got radios in the helmets here. That's good.
Coach Art, appreciate you. Good luck on Sunday.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Guys, that's Coach Arthur Smith here on Dukes and Bell. As always, trying to give us what he feels about this team and where we're at and where we can go. By the way, that last comment about throwing the kitchen sink, what he's saying is Mike Vrabel is going to challenge Desmond Ridder in every way possible.
Right. And so how do you negate that? By get the balls coming out quickly and accurately, and the run game and Bijan. And we'll see Bijan because he presumably is good to go.
All right, guys, we'll take a quick break. We're coming back. We'll talk more about what Coach had to say. We're live at Flower Branch. It's Dukes and Bell. Coming up 5 o'clock, we're going to talk more about this game coming up on Sunday. We've turned the page, guys. Celebrate these dubs for 48 hours. Today, it is about turning the page, and we're going to talk more about the Titans. We just had Coach on, for those of you who missed it, Coach Arthur Smith, and we'll continue to react to some of the things he said. Mike, you asked him about that center quarterback exchange,
right?
One of the turnovers in the red zone. And, I was curious and asked him about the whole, what do we do to score more points? Guys, we're 29th in the league.
Right.
And it is so simplistic, and it sounds like, elementary stuff. But if we don't turn it over, I mean, go back game by game.
It's 3 red zone turnovers. Now, again, we can debate whose fault it was or what, it's a pie chart. Well, it's 60% Ritter or whatever. I mean, you go into the end zone. You got to hold some ball, again, ball control, safety, secure the rock. That's a 97-yard drive or 93-yard drive, I should say, from the 7. That's huge. And you burn clock and you got nothing to show for it. That's why some of us were like literally throwing something at the TV. But inside the red zone, the bare minimum, you got to come out with field goals, 9 points.
Yep.
So the game could have effectively been over with about 10 minutes left in the third quarter.
As far as the Bijan Robinson, and by the way, there's no new news on this. I don't even know if there will be after the NFL maybe made the phone call and realized, oh, he was in uniform, he was on the field, he played. Okay, well, then what's the big deal? Because there isn't a big deal.
The D-led thing, which now, again, if somebody got that forwarded to them at the NFL office, it said that Coach maybe he banged up after last week. Well, then that's when the NFL would say, well, how banged up was he? Then you got to specifically say what banged up body part it was on your injury report.
Sure.
But that's, again, prove it. Well, that's just, you could say, well, that's just one writer's interpretation of what went down. I don't know. But it was certainly, he was good to go. He played. Was he a big decoy? Okay, we can talk about it. But he was in there late when the game was on the line. So I think it's much to do about nothing. Because it was a headache. It wasn't something that if there's a pre-existing condition from Friday that you didn't have on your injury report, that's a different story.
Okay, so here's the latest from the Titans as we talk about this, guys, and we'll get into this in the 5 o'clock hour because this gets into strategy and how you might want to attempt to play these guys. Will Levis is preparing to start on Sunday. He was the second rounder, all right, that they picked out of Kentucky. This would be his debut.
Everybody thinks he's the new Josh Allen.
They do.
That was the logic behind the pick back on draft week.
He has not played all season long. So Ryan Tannehill, ankle, likely out, right, which is what Coach was saying. It doesn't matter. He's not speculating about who's going to be there. But Mike Vrabel said both Levis and Malik Willis would play, which is what Turtle told us earlier in the show. But Levis is expected to be the primary quarterback. So here's what I'm telling you. You're going up to Tennessee, all right? You know what Derrick Henry is about.
Right.
But you're about to face a guy who's getting his first NFL start with a top 5 defense.
Right. So you keep Derrick Henry and let this guy beat you. That's what the same thing that every defense is playing us is attempting to do. The strategy, the way they play football, the way the strategy is going to be basically mirroring everything that we do that they do. They're going to try to make Desmond Ridder beat them on Sunday, and we're going to try to make Levis beat them. And again, between Calais Campbell and Caden Ellis and all those other dudes and Onyemata and Grady, let's go get them.
Yeah, Malik Willis may, and this is my guess, Mike, and I don't know. We'll see with Mike Vrabel. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Falcon Report's on the way. More reaction to Coach Arthur Smith. Is he a change of pace guy? You put Malik in there, and maybe you do some RPO
gonna run to
stuff.
the corner? Yeah,
maybe you do that. But I'm just saying, if you're going to play both, how much are we talking about? It's not going to be 50-50, especially if it's being reported now that Will Levis will be the primary quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the old adage, if you don't have, 2 quarterbacks, if you're using 2 quarterbacks, you don't technically have one.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Will Levis kind of rhythm he's going to get in his first game that you would pull the guy out. I've always thought that was the worst thing you could do to a quarterback, but we'll see. I think that's an advantage to us, man.
I do too.
Big time.
I do too.
Because I don't believe in Levis. I know, again, only time will tell, but I always thought it was wishful thinking to think he would be the next Josh Allen if that's the comp that a lot of guys were throwing out on draft night.
Well, here's an example. Okay, we're going to see this Sunday. Here is an example of somebody just sit and watch and learn. And now you got to go play. We're about to see if he's picked up whatever it is they have, how well this offense flows and runs, and whether he can deliver to do the job or not. This is an example of 7 weeks of him watching and seeing how this operates. And now here's your shot.
Hey, you know what I'm thinking Jesse Bates is doing right now?
Yeah.
I'm rubbing my hands together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but walking up Caden Ellis, some run blitzes, a bunch of things that throw some new looks at this guy. I mean, every look is new to Will Levis, to your point.
All right, guys, more to get to coming up. Also, we will talk more about the road to the college football playoffs. Nick Saban now chiming in on this whole Michigan thing. It's become a thing, and we need to talk about it, and we will. Hey, Hawks start tonight against Charlotte. We'll get into that as part of our strong arm story of the day. Plenty to get to here on Dukes and Bell.
On the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa! Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
By heaven.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We are live at Flowery Branch. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. And our man Chris Lindstrom is here to chop it up with us as we had a chance to talk to Coach just a few minutes ago. And Chris, first of all, thanks as always for joining us. We appreciate you. Lots of questions, right? I mean, we hopefully can get some momentum going into Tennessee, because Coach is talking about this roller coaster we've been on, and, up and down, and we've got to finish. But talk to us about the O-line, man, and how you feel like your group is coming together. We talked to you before the season. You felt really good about the group. Where are we at now with the meshing and the communication and everything that's going on up front?
It's been one, thank you guys so much for having me on. But then it's been a lot of fun. Really fortunate that we have a great group of guys, and the guys we added now, like, Burge is phenomenal. I mean, you bring a guy in and he's just really worked as hard as he can every single day. Has been soaking up information, and Javon has been fantastic too. So it's just like the culture that we have is something that I really appreciate, and it's phenomenal getting to work every day. And obviously, not everything's perfect. It's the season, it's the NFL, and so many things come up. But the great thing is now we've had so many live reps. I don't even know what the play count is now, but we've had so many reps so far just this season together. And so being able to really communicate, talk things out, and we have a real good sense of how each other are going to play, different looks and things we're going to get. And so it's only going to get better from there, our communication and stuff like that, and the feeling. But it's been a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, we talked about the storylines last week. We talked about, Vita Vea, who looks like the Kool-Aid man trying to bust in, and you guys only gave up one sack. And there was a lot of video. We watched some of the 22 stuff where there's a clean pocket and everybody's giving Ritter, which he needs, obviously, the lanes to throw. I mean, it just seems like Ritter, we all know there's a learning curve. How hard was your rookie year? I mean, I know the quarterback's got the most things to learn, but talk about the learning curve and how supportive you guys are of Ritter.
I mean, it's so much the NFL. One, offensive line, is very physically challenging. To come in and play as a rookie. And that's something that, what Bergeron is doing is really remarkable and really awesome. But then just the mental side, talking from my own experience, like I was probably even less than half the player I was in year one than I was in year two. And just like the mental jump that you're able to take, because you know what it takes, what your preparation takes. And like how you have to handle different things. But Dez has been phenomenal. He's been a great leader with us. He's been great in his preparation. It's cool to watch him come in every day and watch his confidence grow, and watch, his operation with us just continue to get better and better. And you can't ask for anything else. It's like I said, the same thing with the offensive line room. When you have somebody behind you that you love and believe in, it's the same thing with the backs. Like it's a really cool atmosphere that we have.
Last week he comes into the huddle. We need a drive to go down and score. Is he cool? Like, what's that like in the huddle? Is he come in, his eyes are big, he's like, all right, guys, we need, we got to go down 80 yards. What's that like for you guys? Or is it just play call and let's roll?
I think it's more what you just said, like the play call and let's roll. I think he has supreme confidence, and we have in each other that, all right, guys, hey, this is the situation. We have 50 seconds. I don't know what do we have? 2 timeouts, 3 timeouts? Like, hey, this is the situation. So we all know, all right, this is the situation. We got to go down there and do this. And then everybody, you just focus on your own role, right? Like, so my job, like, hey, I'm playing right guard. I got to give him the biggest pocket I can, firmest pocket I can do for him to let those guys play. And then you just have confidence and trust in each other, that everybody's going to do their job and make their play. And obviously, Dez and Kyle made a phenomenal play to put us in field goal range, but that's confidence. And that comes from practice, right? That comes from doing it every single day and see it every day and belief in each other.
Winning on the road is so tough. As Chris Lindstrom, guys, joins us at our Ticketmaster studios live here at Falcons headquarters. But yeah, I mean, winning on the road is tough. What could have been a 93-yard drive off from the 7. I know, obviously, the fumbles. I know that everybody said all the right things, but you guys are going to be like, oh, come on, we got to get paid off some of these. But everybody rallied. It didn't become something which obviously created a distraction, or you guys didn't lose focus.
Right. Obviously, you put all that work in. You want to score in the red zone, right? Nobody wants to go on a long drive and put no points up, but you can't let that define you. And that's the mindset that we have. Like, we know we can't have those mistakes happen, but we're not going to let that define us. We're not going to let that, we're not going to say, oh, we can't do it, or, whatever challenge. We still found a way to go out there and win the game, and you want to eliminate those mistakes. But in the same sense, like, you have belief. All right, well, hey, next time we get the ball, we're going to go down there and we're going to score. And that's the mindset you got to have.
Chris, early in the season, and I don't even know if you keep track of this stuff, right? We're watching early in the season, you get called for holding, right?
We were talking about this before you came in during the break.
And literally, we're like, Chris Lindstrom holding, and we're like, what? He never holds. So then another one happens, right? And we're like, Oh no, something's going on here today.
Yeah.
Lindstrom never holds. So how do you take those things on? Because you've done such a good job with minimizing the penalties.
Right.
It's so unexpected when we hear your numbers. Like, no, that can't be right. How do you view that, and how do you try to work to get better at those things?
Well, you guys are trying to get me in trouble, but I'm gonna.
Before Chris answers, some of those are very ticky-tacky.
Not at all. Not at all.
No, I'm joking. But yeah, just I think for myself, just not trying to play perfect, just trying to play free and fast, and that's the way, and just kind of learn through it, and everything with offensive line is situational, right? There's so many different things, but your job is to mitigate it, and so releasing on different things, or hey, I was a tick behind on this. Why was I a tick behind on this? Like, oh, I was either thinking too much or trying to give too much help here. You're like, no, just play fast and let it go. And so always trying to be introspective on it.
When you're a tick behind, just real quick, I want to ask this. That causes you sometimes to react in a way where I don't have a choice. I gotta grab this guy, right?
Well, yeah, even if you're not grabbing, right? Even if you're striking, your framework is behind, right? So even if I'm not, I get off on the ball on time, but if I'm, take a bad angle or not the proper angle, right? And if I'm behind, my hands are outside. Even if I'm not grabbing, a lot of the times it's the optics behind things.
Gotcha.
And when you do that, you put yourself in those bad situations. And so always, with offensive line play, hey, hands inside, square it up. As soon as somebody disengages, let it go, and then shoving instead of pulling. When a guy goes to disengage.
No, because we were talking during the commercial break. I was like, man, did you dress up as a ref at Boston College and a video went viral or something? I don't want to put words in your mouth, because to Carl's point, some of that stuff was real ticky-tack. Chris Lindstrom's with us. We talked with Coach. I know a lot has been made about the team he left. He kind of left in his own image what he's doing here. So it seems like the trenches are going to be a battlefield on Sunday. You see it that way?
Yeah, for sure. I joked with some of the people, we've seen thousands of hours of Titans films over the past 3 years, and so you really have gotten a real appreciation for the way their organization is, the way they do things, and the style in which they play, and their offensive line. They played fast and physical, and some real great role models that I had, just watching Roger Saffold and how phenomenal he was as a guard in wide zone, and then obviously defensively they've had one of the best fronts for a long time, and that matchup, they have all pro guys over there who are going to be ready to go.
Yeah, I'm just curious. When you line up against guys like that, do they line up and be like, I'm all pro? Do they, what you're getting today? I mean, do guys come out and say that when you're getting ready to start the game, or maybe at some point when you're blocking them?
No, they just got that confidence. They know, and everybody knows, man. Defensive guys are different. I always want to take a poll or survey when I retire, the mentality behind the defensive all pro and somebody on offense.
Because
how those two different.
They don't say that. You wouldn't say anything on offense, right?
No. And those guys, and the guys on defense too, most of them are really phenomenal. But the coolest thing in the NFL is a lot of guys speak through their play, which says everything.
And I think, I don't know, the current generation thinks, the offensive, you guys aren't passive. If you take it back to when we were kids, guys like Conrad Dobler and just the nasty, even this Falcons team, I don't know how much you know about the history. We had some really mean, used to say, play to the echo of the whistle.
Right.
I mean, it's a mentality to play offensive line. You wanted to be the hitter, not the hittee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Another one too is pass pro isn't always passive. You don't have to, you don't have to be retreating, and that's the style and effort that you want to play. Even just finishing the ball, chasing the ball carrier down. If the fumble's there, great. If not, you're there to pick up a teammate.
Right.
Let's talk about the physicality of CP. Is he I need an inch, guys? Give me just a foot and I'm gonna be all right. He runs so hard and physical, and we saw it last week. Tyler does that. From a blocking standpoint, how much easier does that make your job when you got guys that are gonna hit the hole like that?
Yeah, you just got to give them a crease, right? And that's what you take, the trust I talked about. The same thing with Dez. It's the same thing with those guys, and trusting each other. That hey, I get to my landmark, Drew, however it shakes out, all right, you give these guys that window of opportunity, they're going to take it and they're going to be physical. And when you see those guys being physical, it just gives you the juice to want to finish even more for them. And it's just like an infectious energy, when you see everybody working hard. I bet you guys see it too in this environment where you see somebody, put in the extra mile, it only makes you want to go even more. And that's really cool thing to play with them.
It is Chris Lindstrom with us, guys. Pro Bowler with us here on Dukes and Bell. That's the thing. And while we got you on the subject, tush push has become like the big buzzword the last few weeks. I like rugby. I played rugby back in the day, but I mean, are we going to see more teams adapting this before they take this out of the rule book? Because you need short yardage. That seems like it's unstoppable.
I mean, I think teams have stopped it across the league, but obviously what Philadelphia does is pretty amazing. And they got something definitely right, and it's cool to watch. Those guys.
Is it personnel, leverage, technique, all of the above?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I definitely don't have the answer.
Yeah.
I definitely don't have the answer, but that's definitely a cool storyline. I'm pretty interested to see, like, more as a fan perspective. Like, you have zero control in what goes on, so it's just like cool to see how that will shake out across the league.
What do we need to do, Chris, this weekend to get another dub offensively from where you sit and what we need to do? Obviously, our fan base wants to talk about the turnovers. That aside, how do you feel that about this game and going into this game and what we need to do to get a dub?
I mean, obviously they're an amazing front, great defense, going to play fast. And so, with us, we're going to have to play our style. And so playing with our energy, be on our details, focus on the small things. And if we're able to communicate with each other and get those things out and play fast, good things, you just got to give yourself the best chance every single week. And so just focus on the details. And that starts, that started today and, the rest of this week, just focusing on the small things, like you said, and understanding the situations.
Good time on the plane ride, the first road win of the year?
Yeah, it's always fun. Nobody likes a plane ride after a loss.
Right.
It was only a 40-minute flight, but which is fine. We'll definitely take that.
Right.
Yeah, when you lose, though, it's 5 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 5-hour flight. You having fun, man? You seem like you're having a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm incredibly fortunate to be in this organization, be in this building, and to have the guys around us. Like, it's awesome coming to work every day with a group of guys who are putting it in every single day. And obviously, you want to be 7-0 right now, but understand those challenges that we have things to work on and work towards. But it's just thankful to be with a special group.
Arthur's mentioned a few times to us and onto the media, everyone has everyone's back. That this is really, not a college, almost like a college fight. It just seems like everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, it's really cool. And, I haven't been in a different team, but, people have said how this is special and how it's not everywhere. And I think there's true buy-in from offense to defense. Those guys make a stop, we go 3 and out. There's no pointing fingers, there's none of that. And that's a really cool aspect to have on a team. We're all pushing in the same direction.
Well, you're going to have a special game this week. All right, coming on this show, some things have happened to some of these players.
Yeah,
you're gonna have a special game this week, Chris.
I appreciate it.
All right, he's gonna get it.
Richie
Chris
Grant
Lindstrom.
got a pick last week.
Thanks, man. We got to go build on these wins, man. So hopefully we can do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
right. Chris Lindstrom, guys, here on Dukes and Bell. One of the best players in the league, obviously at his position, and talking about our offense and what we need to do and how we need to be better. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. We'll talk more about it here. We're live at Flowery Branch. It's Dukes and Bell.
The Strong Arm of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Hope you're having a great day. There is a lot going on in the world of sports. We had a great conversation with our head coach, Arthur Smith. Also talking to our buddy, Chris Lindstrom, who is one of the best guards in the NFL. It was funny. We were asking about those holding calls, and he was just like, just trying to be better. He didn't want to point the finger or call the refs out, but he was explaining, if you guys go back and listen to that, he was talking about just being off a tick and how it's perceived from the view of the referee, where you've got your hands on a defender. You're not necessarily holding him, but because you got off step or you're a second or two behind, it's perceived to be holding. And so he was talking about, being in sync with the offensive line. Mike, they're going to have to be in sync this weekend. Hey, guys, this hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We're going to talk about our Hawks, but before we do have a couple other things we need to mention, and we will get to the college football road to the college football playoff coming up, as there's new information about Michigan, and we'll talk about what Kirby had to say as well. First and foremost, and Whispers just told us this, Dusty Baker's retiring. Mike was talking about this on social media with a lot of people, Philly fans reacting crazy last night after their team lost after having two opportunities to win game 6 and 7. But Dusty, one of the all-time greats, calling it quits, Mike. News just coming down, so he is stepping away. The Astros will be looking for a new manager.
And just an aside, I've mentioned this every time we bring up Dusty. Carl knew him from his time in covering Major League Baseball for ESPN. One of my big thrills, getting a chance to have a drink with Dusty at the Final Four in India a couple of years back, because he's one of my first autographs as a 9-year-old kid. Got him and Steve Garvey, and I was joking around with him about how my dad made Garvey do the autograph. He goes, "Oh yeah, man." He's like, because Garvey was a trip, and then because you all know how a lot of guys in that locker room, could take or leave him. But Dusty, a legendary, first off, great baseball player, as clutch as they came. And then to take over that Astros management position, knowing what everything, you're literally the most hated team in professional sports when Dusty came in and took it over and took them right back to the top.
Trash can gate,
right?
But interesting for him to step away. And listen, he's done it all. Like I said, he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. Meanwhile, while we're talking about this, Philadelphia just distraught at what happened, losing game 6 and 7. Guys, we have, for those who don't realize this, maybe you do, it is a wild card World Series. The D-backs, okay? And now here come the Rangers.
I think the D-backs won 84 games in the regular season.
Correct. And this gets back to the conversation. I know Braves fans will talk about it because it's like, man, do we need to win all these games? Listen, you still want to have home field advantage throughout if you can accomplish that. But it's about, Mike, making these games, doing the things that they did against us, and then the D-backs did against them in this series.
Right. I mean, you think about, like, Castellanos, for instance, how hot he was, and he cooled off in that one, where Rosario stayed hot in the World Series and the NLCS.
Yep.
And then, the top of the lineup, everybody talked about Schwarber, and, he, I think, was 1 for 3 last night, but how they were able to kind of handle him and Bryce Harper, and Baum, by the way, throwing his bat in frustration. He just kind of chumped out at times. So there were a lot of things, all the juju and the pressure, you could see it mounting. And you still think, look, game 7, hey, we're at home. Philly fans, the whole shebang. Seeing those Philly fans heading for the exits with some time left in game 6 after they want to tell everybody in the country they're the greatest fans. Look, the other thing about Philly, and I tweeted last night, and it was fun. I said, hey, man, now, Philly, back to your miserable existence.
Mm-hmm.
They are the worst fans, and they embrace it. And people in Philadelphia, apparently, they must live in a cocoon in Philadelphia. They don't realize that the way they treat visiting fans, people don't like that. Because it's animalistic, because they take it to a mean place. I mentioned just now on Twitter, we can go down to the Superdome and we can bust balls for 4 quarters and not get in a fisticuffs or have somebody MF somebody.
No,
because that's one of the most passionate rivalries in two big African American fan bases. Everybody talking stuff, and we have fun doing it.
Yeah,
and but with Philadelphia, they don't respect the visiting fans. And so you want the worst fans? I'll give you the worst fans. And those that don't know it, I don't know what world you're living in. Everybody in the country reveled in the Diamondbacks' defeat of Philly last night.
Everybody was cheering for him. I mean, honestly, that's how I feel. I put out this video this morning. It retweeted. I put him up. See Dukes. You can follow Mike at Mike Bell ATL. And it just gives you a sense of how these are people leaving the stadium. Not, man, I'm heartbroken.
Right.
We got a great team.
It's so many F-bombs, we can't even play it on the radio.
No, we got a great team. We'll be back next year. I love Bryce Harper. I feel bad for him. None of that. It was, these guys stink. Blank these guys. I want to go lay in traffic. I mean, it was the worst things you could imagine. And I'm laughing my butt off this morning because I said, this is who they are. So with that said, we now know the World Series is set. By the way, have no dog in the fight, guys. at all. And I don't know what the ratings will be, but I'm just glad Philly's not in it.
Well, I will say this. I mean, I know I don't agree with. I mean, I understand the argument the Braves fans are making that you've added these layers of playoffs, and well, look, everybody's got to do it, and the Yankees didn't have a problem with it. Red Sox didn't have a problem with the Astros. All those years of cheating aside, didn't have a problem with it. You got to go through it, so they're not going to change it. But I will say this: since they have added this extra layer. You're getting a Rangers Diamondbacks World Series. The ratings are going to be crap for this. There's going to be nobody watching this, if we're honest. The TV numbers are not going to be great. Dallas is a major market, but it's just not going to resonate, Carl. Just like when the Marlins were in the World Series a couple of years ago, or when the Tampa Bay Rays made it against the Phillies. Those are not going to be good numbers. The brands, look, it's not baseball's fault that the Yankees don't go to the World Series anymore.
Sure.
Or the Red Sox were rebuilding, or the Dodgers had what they had go down. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if Major League Baseball in their offices feel the big picture is good, because the biggest series of your sport now is going to probably be a little underwhelming for some fans. I'll watch because I think the Rangers are a hell of a story. Both these teams are rootable teams.
No, they are. And I'll say, part of this is for MLB. They want to say, I told you so. You know what they're saying? You don't have to spend the most money.
Right.
You don't have to go out and sign a guy to a $500 or $600 million contract. We do have, all right, a fair and equitable playing field. Look at the teams that are in the World Series. When it is Yankees or Red Sox or Braves, all right? I know outside of Braves country, everybody, Braves are considered a winning organization and considered to be one of the, the teams that's going to divide for the World Series every year. I just think, Mike, this speaks to MLB saying, hey, look, you put the right guys on the field and you manage from a GM standpoint and go get the right pieces. Both of these teams made deals and trades, etc. But I do agree with you. I'm willing to tell you right now, very few people in our audience could name 3 D-backs.
Right.
I guarantee you, because they just are not on that level with
Right.
you paying attention to them like we do the Dodgers or some of the other teams that we, you just do. There's no real star power there, even though it's a very good team.
And you got to get hot at the right time. Rangers, by the way, are 9th in payroll because obviously they went and got DeGrom, and then DeGrom got hurt and they doubled down and they went and got Scherzer. So you got to respect at least the fact that they made the commitment. Like the Angels made the commitment and blew up in their face. Meanwhile, to your point, the Diamondbacks are 21st in payroll in MLB.
That's the thing that MLB is going to try to stress and say, hey, it's not all the times that we say, hey, the same teams are in it every year. Oh, it's
because the only sport that it really works is in the NBA, and Oklahoma City can go to an NBA Finals.
Correct, because it's a salary
In the
cap.
NFL, the Colts or like New Orleans can go to a Super Bowl, the smallest media market, if not one of in the country.
Well, you give everybody the same budget, Mike. Now I have to outsmart you. Now I have to outdraft you. Now I have to be able to make smart moves with free agents if you have the same amount of money to spend as I do. That's not the case in baseball. And that is why it's always been, it seems like the same teams are there.
How about the pitching? If you didn't see it, that Carroll kid.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 23-year-old rookie.
Nice.
Dude, that guy was raking. He was coming up big. We talked about, just the pitching, the situational pitching, how it worked out. We talked about Fott last night. He only gave up 2 earned runs. Manaply. I mean, all these dudes who came in there. And the manager, his name escapes me, Chris, the Diamondbacks manager. Torrio Lovello, did a great job. Did a really great job.
I thought the way he managed his bullpen was the key.
Right.
I really did.
And Thompson went to their closes early. He did bring in Wheeler. The crowd thought Wheeler was going to give him a bounce, but it was just something, man. I mean, Bryce Harper, he was underneath everything. Those big moments where Bryce usually home runs, just deep flies.
So what's it say about the Braves as we get back to us? Nothing.
Be clutch. Got to be clutch.
What happened in 21 was special, and it was special because you had guys coming through in big moments. What happened with the Phillies against us this year was special for them because they had guys like Castellanos, et cetera, Schwarber coming through in big moments. Mike, our guys didn't do that. And so at the end of the day, I still want to win 100 games. I still want to win my division. I still want home field advantage because I think it matters.
Right.
But last night was a prime example. It's the best environment in baseball.
Yeah.
You lost 2.
To the Diamondbacks. Yeah, man. The one thing I'd like to see, I know we discussed it with Alex Anthopoulos after we got eliminated in the divisional round, go get a money pitcher. Beef up. Let's not, I don't want to worry about so-and-so coming from back from this injury or that injury. And I know that with all due respect to Shaw Sharp, I've been butchering his name all season, but all the rookies, all the guys in Gwinnett, I understand that A.J. Smith-Shawver is going to be coveted in a trade. Trade him. I want to get back to the World Series. And I know, yes, he may go on and be a 20-game winner for somebody else, but a lot of Braves pitchers seem to either get injured and don't wind up being the man, save for Fried and one great year for Kyle Wright. So for every that, we got 3 Fulties. I'd like to see us go get an established frontline pitcher. And I don't know if you feel this clubhouse needs more leadership. I don't know.
No,
I don't think that's really an issue.
I don't either.
I think Acuna needs to be a little more mature at times, but the guy's got an MVP season, one of the
Yeah.
greatest of all time.
You know, here's the reality, and we're all having a hard time swallowing it.
Got to be clutch.
You guys just have to step up.
Right.
And we can talk about all the other things. What we saw during the regular season was not a fluke. These guys can play, but you get in these games where you need it. We just didn't get it done. Right. So, but neither did Philly. All right, guys, we got more to get to. Road to the college football playoffs coming up. Nick Saban talking about this Michigan incident and what's going on with this scandal. Also, we'll talk about Kirby, talking about Carson Beck. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to get you ready for Hawks basketball. They are at Charlotte tonight, and Trae Young speaks about his game. You got to hear it coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. It's Dukes and Bell live at Flowery Branch.
It's time for the road to the college football.
I got a story going to blow your mind.
It's great. That's really good. On Dukes and Bell.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some college football, shall we? Coming up, we'll talk about our Hawks. They are in action tonight. First regular season game against Charlotte. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Tips at 7 tonight, 7 o'clock. All right, Mike, this Michigan story. Let's start there because it continues to have a lot of traction.
New wrinkle to this soap opera, too.
More information. Nick Saban, by the way, said he had no knowledge of any advanced scouting in the 2021 SEC championship.
He doesn't want
game.
any of that smoke. What's he going to say?
So he says, I didn't know anything about anybody coming to an SEC championship game or whatever. I don't have a lot of information or background on all of this sign stealing stuff. Right. I'm kind of focused on my team. To your point, Kirby was asked the same thing. And Orrin, real quick, can we play this for our listeners? Because Kirby was asked, did you see anything when you played Michigan?
Did they felt like they anticipated things you were doing specifically on offense?
Yeah. And remember, guys, that was the college football semifinal.
Down in the Orange Bowl. Yeah.
So, and by the way, for those who don't remember, Dogs beat the snot out of Michigan.
Correct.
Right? It wasn't even close. So if they were stealing signs, it didn't work. But Kirby was asked, here was his response.
No, I didn't notice anything or know anything. Nobody we talked to, warned us or any of that. I mean, I think everybody we play, they say they steal your signals. I mean, we play somebody, they're great at stealing your signals, but what they're referencing is different than stealing. I mean, they're coming. We're talking about people coming to film on us, completely different. But we've tried to, hide the signals, hold the calls, put signs up, do all that. But I don't. There's nothing I remember about the Michigan game that makes me think that.
Now, I do remember us talking about when Georgia started the season with Clemson. Remember that low-scoring affair in Charlotte? And we talked about that was JT Daniels under center, and JT Daniels telling me, man, like they're in the huddle. Because for those who don't remember, because Coach Bell's famous for, again, by legal means, we're under the impression, studying tape and looking at what they do, and that's fine. But to send guys to on-site, now again, someone say it's semantics. What's the difference? Well, you can't send a guy with a cell phone to sit there and try to see what you're doing in advanced scouting. So I didn't think, even if Kirby was aware, I don't think he would want to be a part of the story. Do you?
Well, again, when you beat them the way you did, it's hard for you to sit there as a coach and go, yeah, I think they were cheating. Yeah, I think they stole all of our signs. Coach, you put 40 on them.
On that toss sweep that we thought might go for 7 and went for 40, I guess, didn't really see it. A new wrinkle to the story about this cheating from Michigan. This comes from the New York Times bestselling author John Bacon. He went on 97.1 The Fan up in Columbus, the sports talk station up there in Ohio. And he said that his information, this is where it gets interesting, that a lot of the info that's being leaked to the NCAA's investigation is coming from a Michigan booster named Jim Stapleton, who has an ongoing beef with Wolverines head coach Jim Harbaugh. There's an article in Awful Announcements I'm reading from, guys. You can read the whole thing. He says, quote, they're getting crazy leaks from the NCAA. Watch a guy named Jim Stapleton. He says that Stapleton is a Michigan alum, apparently with some coin because he was on the board with the Vikings. And when Harbaugh gave the Vikings the okie doke when they were interviewing him, apparently it's stuck in his craw.
All right.
So he says, Michigan alum who blackballed Harbaugh when he was interviewing with the Vikings because he was on the board for the Vikings. He got himself on the NCAA infractions committee, and he hates Jim Harbaugh. It doesn't matter who the source is or if it's right or wrong. It's Michigan did it. They still pay a price. That's not the point. But he goes, you can't kill the messenger. But as far as the leaks goes, I guarantee it's this booster Stapleton. How about that?
Well, listen, it always comes from inside the house, Mike. I mean, it rarely comes from outside.
And if you can, again, Harbaugh's, we can say idiosyncratic, or we can say he's a pain in the butt, rubbing some people the wrong way, come back to bite you.
Well, but let me understand this. You're basically telling me because he turned the Vikings job down,
or they didn't,
this guy, or that he went to interview, that this guy took it some kind of way.
He did his due diligence. This guy's on the board with the Vikings, so he has a mean out for Harbaugh. But why? Don't take it out on your alum. Don't take it on your school.
Don't take it out on your team.
I mean, my gosh, that's, to me, that's like, nobody. Like, hey, at the end of the day, nobody likes a rat. Even if this stuff, as you said, and we talked about this, it's not like baseball. When a curveball is coming, as Deion Sanders said, I'm going to take you downtown. This is football. You still got to match up. There's going to be individual one-on-one chance for your athletes against their athletes.
Yeah.
It doesn't wash as much as it would for other sports.
Well, that's why, this is a lot of hot air, but there's a very gray area as well. And for whatever proof they have, I want to know how it improved Michigan's chances to win these games.
Right.
because you still have to stop them. Do you think Michigan doesn't know what Penn State runs? Right. Do you think Ohio State doesn't know what Minnesota runs? Yeah. Guys, this is all these staffs do. And I'm just saying, Mike, you still have to go out and make plays. And so for me, I said this, even if the Falcons knew the first play of the game on Sunday and we knew the Titans' first play and where the ball's supposed to go, guess what? Still got to stop it.
Right.
You don't think the tendencies tell them, hey, by the way, they're probably going to give it to Derrick Henry off guard 75% of the time. He still may get 5 or 6 yards, Mike, but what if he breaks it? Right. So I am different when it comes to this is cheating, this is blatant. Well, I understand that, but I still believe I don't think this helped. How many national championships have Michigan won during this last 3 or 4 years?
Again, Bupkis. And, oh, by the way, I guess they never had time to send this guy, Colin Stallions, down to Fort Worth to scout TCU, right? Because TCU makes – now, you also choked in that game. You choked hard. And so, look, my thing with Michigan is I don't like them because they're snobby. As we said, they're elitist. So this is fun to watch them just eat their own down there. Harbaugh, I think one way or the other, Harbaugh's gone. Harbaugh's going back to the NFL when the season's over.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I've been saying it. I don't think win or lose, it doesn't matter. He's dealing with a lot of stuff, and now you feel like the NCAA's out to get you. If this story is
your
true,
own alum are out to get you.
If this story is true, yeah, you're fighting a lot of things that you shouldn't be fighting.
Don't forget, Harbaugh was one foot out that they were begging him to take an NFL job a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
Other than this guy Stapleton, apparently, I guess. But then he comes back, and then he goes on this amazing run. He's always had the recruits. He hadn't put it together. He's been in some big games, but now this year, I'm telling you throw all this stuff on top. You and I brought this up yesterday. College Football Playoff Committee. If Michigan gets beat by Ohio State, they're gone. No way, no how. Because nobody wants to deal with the team, which even if they did something in the playoff, it might be vacated in 16 months.
So one other thing we want to mention, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up 6 o'clock, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines, guys. Also, we will talk more about our Hawks, and you will hear what Trae Young has been working on, or at least how he feels about his game as we get ready for a new season. A lot of people are ready to see the last Manning. Maybe it's not the last Manning, but Arch Manning's at Texas, and Texas has an injury to their quarterback, Quinn Ewers, who helped beat Alabama earlier in the season. He's a Heisman candidate. Mike, he's going to be out the next few weeks, and a lot of people thought this might be an opportunity for Manning to play. It's not happening. Malik Murphy is the backup. He will be the guy to start for Steve Sarkisian as they move forward.
What's his game like?
He's nice. I mean, listen, I think Ewers has a great deep ball, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of people project him to be one of the top picks in the NFL. He's not going to be the number one overall. He's not Caleb Williams, but I do think this quarterback class is deep, and he will have an opportunity to be in the league. But, Mike, Malik can play, and I'm curious. I think at BYU at home this week, but a lot of people are saying, why isn't Manning play? They want to see Manning. They're in no rush to play.
Going to maintain that red shirt.
Yes.
So he'll have more eligibility, and he'll be around for a minute. But this guy, is he considered like you said, like Lamar Jackson like?
Yes. He's nice, man. His athleticism, I think you can do some different things with him. We'll see if Sark does. But you've seen yours run for touchdowns. Right. I mean, he's used his athleticism. So I don't think a whole lot changes with the offense. The thing for them is can't have any slip-ups. We already know that. And Oklahoma almost lost. A lot of teams almost lost last week. But Oklahoma against UCF almost blew it at home. You got to find a way to win these games until yours gets back so you can find a way to get back to the Big 12 championship and maybe have a chance at the college football playoff. That's the only way Texas is going to get in with that loss to Oklahoma.
We looked at some of the numbers earlier for the cocktail party. Georgia's doing an amazing job. 23% teams have as far as success rate on third down against Georgia's defense, even though we don't think Georgia's defense is as good as like last couple of years. Article in Saturday Down South about, did the Gators find their mojo? Well, they played South Carolina. I mean, they got to the 40-point mark. No disrespect to Shane Beamer, but this season's gone so south for them because they don't have
two wins. Two wins.
Yeah,
so
don't
far?
have that. Yeah, 2 wins. Don't have the depth on defense. So I just don't think you can look at comparative scores and say that Florida could do anything like that against Georgia.
I don't either. I think the biggest thing for me, and I said this, guys, as we talk about this game, it's not a prove it game. I don't want to go that far, but I do want to see Carson Beck without his best weapon on the field. Take anybody's best weapon off the field, it changes the game plan. So Mike Bobo, does he run the ball more? Does he take that pressure off of Carson Beck? Or does he let him loose, Mike? Throw the ball down the field vertically, and Carson Beck has a hell of a game where he throws for 300 plus and maybe 3 touchdowns. If he does that, I think a lot of Georgia fans will have less worry about not having Brock Bowers for however long he's going to be out.
Right.
If he struggles, you're going to wonder if he's able to carry this team and make the plays he needs to make being the quarterback in this offense.
We were talking about Ra Thomas. So much hype about him coming over from Miss State, got some off-field stuff. Then he got the slate clean, more or less. But the most receptions that Ra Thomas has had in the game was 5 against Kentucky.
It's not enough.
The biggest, and we thought he'd be that big vertical. Now, he did get vertical a few times. The longest play was 56 yards, but that was against UT Martin.
Yeah.
So he needs to make an impact. And I think Kirby talked about him earlier in the season, just 16 receptions for 256 yards. So maybe ain't going to be no Ra. I mean, it is what it is. It's a transfer portal guy that maybe just kind of out for you at UGA, unless he does something in these next big games they got coming up.
Now, I'm not saying if I'm Mike Bobo, I have to come out and prove that we can throw the ball like that without Brock on the field. I just think maybe this game, from a prove-it standpoint, Kirby says, listen, the kid's proved everything. He's in control. He knows the offense. He's got great players around him. He doesn't have to do anything special. And this is one of those situations where I feel like as the Dogs continue to build towards Missouri, towards the remaining games that are going to be huge, let me see Carson Beck in control of this thing like the guy that won 2 national championships.
Right. I'm with you. So Rosemy Jack Saint, Dominic Lovett, and we'll see what Oscar Delp can do in the cocktail party. I think Oscar Delp's going to surprise some people, but again, no one's going to compare him to an all-world guy like Brock Bowers.
Yeah, guys, when we come back, we're going to tell you what the situation is in Nashville because word on the street, I don't start rumors. I just talk about them once they're out. Their starter is going to be a guy that hasn't played all season. We're going to get into it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's do.
Easily. Any question that I
31, 32. Give me 32. 30. He talked.
Want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Peeling the mummy.
Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
All right, stand by, guys.
Okay. I reckon I will.
It's 6 o'clock on Dukes and Bell, the #1 sports talk show in Atlanta for your ride home.
You strong? They said I'm strong if you strong. I said we strong then.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio.
You're up.
9 the game.
If you missed Arthur Smith today live, you can always go online at the Odyssey app. Rewind, check it out, guys, as he was talking with us about Tennessee, ball security, and a variety of other things. Chris Lindstrom, by the way, was great today in the 5 o'clock hour, Mike.
And I am not a toxic groupthink leader. You talk about toxic group thinking, but it's for guys ganging up on Ritter in the media, or at least social media, etc. But Ritter, and one thing we did learn from Chris Lindstrom is they love Ritter, and they've got his back through thick or thin. And the one thing that has been talked about from the day we first interviewed, some of the newer players, the rookies, is the vibe. It's a very collegial vibe here with the Falcons, and everybody's tight, and there's no egos, and even the defense not get upset when the offense, as Chris Lindstrom said, goes 3 and out repeatedly.
Yeah, this hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital, guys. We are live at Flowery Branch. Coming up in less than 30 minutes, pregame show for our Atlanta Hawks. Mike Conti will have that for you. Of course, Steve Holman, bang, will have the call as they take on Charlotte. And we're going to talk more about what Coach Quinn Snyder is saying about the start of the season. And we'll let you hear in about 8 minutes what Trey Young said in regards to his game, which had a lot of people earlier in the day saying, I have no issue with it. And some people were saying, is he being cocky? We'll let you hear that. Mike, as we talk about some of the other news that's going on, and there is a lot of stuff happening, guys. I just saw this, and I just want to mention this because we were talking about the Phillies, and, they got ousted, and their fan base is, in the tank. Everybody's in their fields. Listen, it hurt for us to lose, but it felt good to see them lose last night the way they did after having potentially game 6 and 7. with a chance to win. I just saw Bryce Harper went 0 for 7 in game 6 and 7.
Right.
Their best player. We talked about our best guys.
Right.
That's why they lost. Mike Castellanos, 0 for 8 in game 6 and 7 combined.
Mentioned it earlier to you about both those guys, and both guys that were hitting those big flies, they were just simply fly balls to center or fly balls to left. Harper missed a couple of home runs, and you could hear it on. I think Frank Core was saying, "Yeah, he just missed it," and he did. So Harper, who was kind of their go-to guy, and you talked about Castellanos, the bottom or the lower in the lineup, guys just weren't making it happen. And the other guys were too inconsistent. And the way the Diamondbacks pitching was real. They had a guy come in. They got a high risk, high reward guy, kind of like their Mitch Williams. He had a couple of walks. They pull him and they get out of the inning.
Yep.
I mean, that's talking about dealing with pressure, high leverage situations. It's called pressure.
Hey, Adam Silver also announcing today that the All-Star game for the NBA is going to return back to East West.
Can we put everybody in their home jerseys? And
listen,
visiting jerseys?
I love this. This is what we grew up on.
Kaleidoscope of color.
This is what we grew up on. And no disrespect to the thing, picking at the park and let's pick
It's
the
cute.
players.
It was cute. It's run its course.
But he's saying it will be a traditional scoring system with 12-minute quarters. That's basketball.
Yes, also known as the way the basketball is supposed to be
Correct.
played.
So here's the deal, though. Now you look at the Eastern Conference, and the only reason why this is going to be interesting is I said this, the idea that Trey is an automatic all-star, I think it gets a little bit more difficult.
There's much more talent now in the East.
Yes. And so we'll see. I think he should be an all-star, but that news coming down today is Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, announcing East-West for the All-Star game. I think it's 2024, though, right? That's going to be in February? So, yeah, it'll be this
I like
year.
it. And I understand what they were trying to do and using the Kobe number and everything. They're trying to get to the magic number. And there were some cool little gimmicks that they tried. But this is what we grew up with. I think the time is right. Hey, one more baseball nugget. We just talked about the Braves and obviously how the season ended. One of the guys that was a bright spot was Pierce Johnson. And the Braves just announced on their website, Carl's looking at it right now, two-year contract worth $14.25 million, $7 million club options. So they could bring him back in 26 if he's still doing a good job. A 0.76 ERA in his 24 games, and obviously didn't do anything wrong in the postseason. So Pierce Johnson going to be back for more.
32 years old. And by the way, as this offseason starts to play out, as we get past the World Series, and I have no rooting interest whatsoever, no dog in the fight. Mike said it. I don't think the ratings will be great simply because you don't even know anybody on the D-backs, but we'll see where it goes. But I will say this. I think Alex is going to be aggressive, as aggressive as he can when it comes to this pitching and adding more pitching. Hey, also Astros manager Dusty Baker is retiring, Mike, and we talked a little bit about that today. He made the announcement today. He's one of the all-time greats, guys. But, again, doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. He's been around the game forever. This has been his life. And we wish him nothing but the best, but Dusty will probably head off into the sunset. And you start to realize, Mike, like, I'm 70 plus. I've done this all my life. I want to just go enjoy. He's got a ring with the Astros, and Mike said it. He took over that team when nobody really wanted to.
Really, and had to deal with all that stuff, which he had nothing to do with him, but he still guides them back the right way to a World Series. And unfortunately, this year, again, I bet big on the Astros to get back to that World Series too. By the way, Larry's looking at like $8,800 if the Diamondbacks pull it off.
That's a great bet.
He had a bunch of futures bets. He also got, I don't want to put all his money on the street in case the IRS is listening. He's got some. He's got like a 5-figure bet coming his way. If he's already got it because he had the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. He put some stuff on some futures, so good for him. Also, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow. But the Titans, we know that they're going to use perhaps multiple quarterbacks. One thing for sure, it doesn't look like it's going to be Tannehill. It's going to be Will Levis and Malik Willis. But you said earlier it's going to be Levis making his first start.
Well, they're saying he will be getting a majority of the snaps. And what that means for us as Falcon fans, you're talking about a guy that's getting his first NFL start against a defense that's humming right now. It bodes well for our circumstance going up to Nashville. But I got to tell you, we've seen this before. And you go up and you think it's going to be an easy game because you're taking on a rookie quarterback who really hadn't seen much, and he makes a couple of plays, and all of a sudden they're in the game. So I'm not taking anything for granted, but I do think, Mike, Malik Willis playing, I don't know how much he's going to play, and then Will Levis out of Kentucky, who they drafted in the second round. I got to tell you, man, if I am –
Well, talk to the Raiders. How to work out against Tyson Bagent from Shepherd.
That's the point.
Right?
That's the point. But if I am Ryan Nielsen, I'm like licking my chops because I don't think Will Levis is ready for what he's about to see on Sunday with the way that we've been playing. If we had been mediocre up to this point, I might feel a little bit differently. But we said this: our defense is good, and we're going to be in all these games. So Our offense still has to do the job, but that is news coming out of Nashville. And I
Right.
think it's, again, it looks good, but I'm not going to jump the gun and tell you we're going to blow doors and win by 21.
No, but I mean, Jesse Bates, you thinking that, again, our opportunistic secondary, Richie Grant coming off a pick last week. Akuda's been really good now that he's healthy. I mean, AJ Terrell gets beat once in a while, but we'll talk more about him tomorrow. Another thing with the Titans, they already traded their star safety, Kevin Byard, to the Eagles.
They did.
Chris, real quick, pump up Chris's mic, Jersey Mike. Out of Tennessee, there was a story about a potential trade rumor with the Titans and the Ravens.
Yeah, so it looks like Derek Henry is drawing interest from the Baltimore Ravens. That's according to one of their hosts on 104.5 The Zone in Nashville.
Well,
and they need running backs. Once again, Dobbins is done for the season in Trump City, Carl.
If the Titans trade Henry, this is rebuilding because they're done. They already have the quarterback issue. Tannehill, I do not believe is going to be back. You've drafted two guys that you're not sure whether or not they can play, and you're giving up the most sure thing on your offense, which is Derrick Henry. If Henry goes to the Ravens, guys, I'm telling you, Lamar gets that they're on another level because he's playing out of his mind right now. But we'll see. I mean, we know he's going to be there for our game. October 31st is the trade deadline, which is next
Tuesday.
Right.
And it's one of those things you just touched on. What a boy, oh boy, would that make the Ravens all of a sudden? Now maybe it took a minute for him and Monken to get on the same page because the Ravens look like lost puppies, but they just blew doors on Detroit. So that's one of those rumors that's out there, and we'll see. Now, there's another thing. Hopefully we take advantage of it. And Ritter said all the right things. We got to cut down on the mistakes. And of course, I tweeted, "What's this we stuff?" But you know what he's talking about. It's a team effort. Dahlman, we talked about with coach, from everything from the snap to executing everything, less penalties. But I think and you saw from Arthur, it's his old boss, it's his buddy Mike Vrabel. Physicality. We are kind of a mirror image. Dave Archer was talking about that earlier today on Andy Randy. That it's going to be physicality because they're going to try to stop our running backs and make Ritter beat them, and vice versa. To your point with Derrick Henry,
I'll roll with Ritter. And the reason is because he's just seen more than these other guys that are going to be playing against us. This is going to be one of those weird games where if Ritter is facing Jalen Hurts, advantage Hurts. If he's facing Mahomes, it's advantage Mahomes. Go down the list of players in this league where you could truly say, hey, he's going into a Sunday where he's got the advantage. And that's how I feel. I think he's played enough and certainly played more than Will Levis or even Malik Willis to say, hey, I think I would take the quarterback matchup here for our guy. But we will see. We'll see. One of the things they were talking about is ball security up here today, talking a lot about it, and Ritter was talking about it as well. I think everybody realizes they cannot have these kind of turnovers. 404-726-0929. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. Quinn Snyder talking about tonight's matchup. Guys who are ready, including Onyeka Okongwu. Mike, they gave him the big extension, and you'll hear Trey Young talk about where his game is. I don't think it's controversial. Mike and I were talking about it earlier. If you haven't heard it, stay right there. 92.9 The Game. We're live at Flowery Branch. Again, thanks to Coach Art and Chris Lindstrom for stopping by. For those of you who missed it, we'll replay some of that for you tomorrow here on the show. My expectations, I am cautiously optimistic. Do I think we'll be better than we were last year? I don't know. I want to see what the development is with Coach Quinn Snyder. I want to see how guys are going to continue to maneuver as far as getting better. Listen, Trey can get better. DJ can get better, but it's really not about them. As I said earlier, Mike, I think it's about the Okongwus and some of the other guys that we mentioned.
DeAndre?
Yeah. What are we going to get from those guys? Season starts tonight, guys, in Charlotte. What are your expectations?
By the way, were you just telling me today that DeAndre is not going by Dre Hunter?
That was Oren saying that today.
Oren, were you being a wise ass or is that actually legit?
Yeah, I was being a wise.
Okay. No, because you know me, I've always wanted to see, I've always wanted to hear like DeAndre. Yeah, okay. I just want to hear DeAndre. You're like, DeAndre, what do you think about this week? I'll tell you what, man. Nothing if I know from Diddley I Joe to damned if I know. You know what I mean? Just like so a little more street, a little more toughness. Look, if this guy could just pop for 18, we joked around earlier with Lauren Williams from the AJC who covers the Hawks. If he could just live up to top 4 pick potential, because that's where he's at. And yeah, remember, what'd you do this offseason? I didn't work on anything. Okay, thanks. You're being funny, right? He's got jokes. But DeAndre Hunter, if he could do his thing, that would be solid, but I'm not expecting that. And you talked earlier, how does Okongwu's role maybe change? We're trying to maybe more pick and roll with Okongwu.
Yep.
Capella, finish those bunnies, man. But the idea, and we're going to get to the Trey audio for what Trey had to say, is how do these two function under the Quinn Snyder tutelage and with a full off season to work and maybe get back to where we thought what this offense was going to be with 2 point guards, one ball dominant, one getting some open looks and bombing threes.
Now, they may surprise us, guys. There may be more fluidity to the offense. Maybe they are a better communicating team and the defense is better. But I got to see it. It's been 3 years of we're going to get better and Nate and we can't blame Nate anymore. Okay.
Flat.
So I got to see it. Let me hear Quinn Snyder talk about the guys being ready to play.
I think everybody's really excited to play. I feel like we've gotten the things we wanted to get done in the preseason as far as establishing, a way that we want to play, building chemistry. And then, it's a question now of just continuing to try to get better.
So, and by the way, what is this plan? The Hawks organization has Landry Fields and company come in and said, we need 3 years. Because I got to tell you something. That's 3 more years of Trey being in the league when we are not getting to where we need to be. And all of a sudden, I said this, Mike, we're going to look up and Trey's going to be in the league 10 years.
All right.
10 years.
And then eventually Trey's going to say, get me out of here. I want to go play someplace that wins more than 42 games.
So,
which, by the way, is the over-under. Vegas has him right where they've been the last 3 years. 42 and a half is the over-under for the Hawks this year.
Would you take that?
No. I got burned in the 19-20 season. That's because of somebody going to GNC. Collins.
Yeah.
Anyway, 41, 43, 41 was the win total last 3 years. So basically Vegas says we're a 7th or an 8th seed.
Okay.
And we're going to be most likely in the play-in game again.
Yeah.
Unless something big happens.
Now, a lot of people have said to me, Dukes, this team and this organization is going to do something, whether it be at the trade deadline or this next offseason.
Okay.
Problem is, here you go again, waiting. We have to wait. How much development do we see? Do they make the move before the trade deadline to really take us over the top? What does that look like? And then if you're talking about the offseason, because you have DJ locked up and Trey locked up, now you've got Onyeka locked up for a reasonable price. What does that look like? I'm very impatient right now. We're here at Flowery Branch. It's why we've been on edge.
Right.
We're impatient with our football team because we think we should be winning and being at a point where, hey, we can be competitive and not just in the rebuild mode. And I feel the same way about the Hawks. We did this when we drafted Trey. We thought that plan was going to work. It took us to an Eastern Conference Finals. Now there's this retooling going on, and it's just wait and let's be patient. And that's kind of where we are, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, we do have that $24 million we could use, right, as far as bringing in somebody else, free agent or a trade, vis-a-vis John Collins off the books. All right, but the way it's going to work, a couple of things. Lauren Williams mentioned in the AJC, and something we've been talking about with our listeners, guys have been watching the preseason more than I have, is that Jalen Collins is really looking good.
Sure.
Jalen Collins looks like he's primed to pop. We talked about, I love, AJ Griffin's game. I think he's going to be a solid shooter along the lines of Bogey. I think that's going to be a money guy. Sadiq Bey, big question mark. Sadiq Bey, we had him on the show. He knows he's got some things to work on. If he can be consistent, that's the thing. If every NBA team, including the 5 or 6 teams below us in the Eastern Conference, could say this. The guys in Charlotte could say the same thing. If we all play to our potential. But if these guys do, and Quinn Snyder's really, the defense, they're playing more defense. They never listen to Nate about defense. Maybe they're going to listen to Quinn about playing defense. That'll help.
Let's hear Trae Young, guys. I want you to hear this before we get out of here. Trae was asked about his game and things he worked on, and he was talking about his shooting.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. If you look at my percentages every year, they've gotten better, and not in points per game or assists per game, necessarily. But my percentages, except last year. And so for me, it's just getting back to what I do and just shooting the ball with confidence. And I mean, I was taking a lot more mid-range shots last year, and it was the summer before I was really focused on that. That was a big focus of mine on adding that. And after seeing what CP and what he did, leading this team to going to the finals and all that. So this summer, focusing a lot more on getting back to shooting threes and getting back to myself. And I think we'll jump my percentages up and all that. And I mean, for me, I'm not really focused on that. I know I'm going to be a lot better than I was last year. And that's saying a lot right there. So I'm just trying to do that.
No mechanical changes or anything like that. No.
Nah, man. What? Nah. I'm the best. Nah, I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. So it's not too much I want to change in my stuff.
He's talking about his shot, his release. I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. Mike, I like this. Let's get back to Trae.
Right. This is why now when we heard the soundbite earlier today, I said, well, when Nate went over to your house in Oklahoma City and we're going to bring DeJounte Murray in from the Spurs, and then we can get you to move without the ball. No, I mean, I look, everybody in the NBA could be better at a mid-range jumper. Let's be real. Only the European guys really kind of seem to have that, and CP. But I thought his thing last year was going to be he'd move without the ball. DJ would move into the paint and then he'd kick it out and Trae would have an open look and Trae would lead the league in 3-point shooting. So that didn't happen. So maybe this is about what Quinn Snyder wants him to be. Quinn did want him to shoot every shot. And that's cool because that's what Trae did in the 21 season all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. But yeah, and by the way, guys who got a problem with the guy saying I'm one of the best on the planet. Tough. Yeah, he's in the NBA.
He is.
I mean,
he is.
He was the biggest news in the NBA in 2021 that spring. And we just didn't build on it, unfortunately. That's not on him. That's on the organization.
Let's hope we get that Trae. Trae, do Trae Young things. And if he's shooting threes, I think it's going to make us better. Guys, we got to get out of here. Hey, Oren, man, let's clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for Let Me Clear My Throat on Sports Radio 92.9. The Game.
Hey, thanks to our guest out here today, Coach Arthur Smith. As always, on Wednesdays, we get a chance to talk with him. Chris Lindstrom, very interesting stuff about the O-line, communication, where he's at, how comfortable he is. He talked about Bergeron, too,
right.
Mike.
Everybody loves it.
They do.
Look, give us some credit. We told you guys we love Bergeron from the pick to the first week we saw him at practice when Hennessy unfortunately went down, and he got immediately more, I got to be honest, silver lining on the Hennessy injury because it did get Bergeron's process accelerated to where he's ready to do what he's doing this season.
No doubt. Hey, big shout out to all of our people out here. Turtle, our executive producer, Jersey Mike, on-site engineer, Whispers running our cameras. Back at the studio, Oren, thank you so much for all the work that you do. Hey, we're back tomorrow, 2 o'clock, guys. We got a lot to chop up, and we'll be talking about the Hawks. They are coming your way here in just a few minutes. Mike Conte will have the pre-half and post for you, so stay right there. Barbara Dooley tomorrow. We'll also have a Hawks player. We're going to head and talk to David Waters tomorrow. We've got a lot of stuff to get to, so make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. Mike Bell, we got to get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, a great idea. And he's had a couple of good ideas about college football this year, and that is the UCLA head coach. Actually, it's LSU's Brian Kelly, not Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly also had some good things to say earlier this year about how the playoffs should work in ranking. Brian Kelly says, just get headsets. Silly. Lack of communication in college football. I sat behind the Duke bench. Looked like a check cashing store with all the signs they had up.
Hey, Philly. Hi, Philly. You guys didn't win it either. After all the conversation and dogging us out, you're in the same boat we're in. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
get a late night invite to Dwight Howard's house.
Oh.
What?
That's cold. That's cold.